Okay, we are looking at the statistics, and we have 0 drop frames at 1080p. So we're just gonna hope that we continue with that. Okay, we dropped to red here. Okay, we appear to be fine. Okay. Okay. So I did extensive testing to try and squeeze every bit of performance out of this computer for streaming purposes. The old computer that I've been streaming off of, so that is what we're doing here. $1080p. 1080p. Holy shit. The first 1080p dustmite stream. No fucking way. Holy shit. Never thought I'd see the day. Now, is it going to stay 1080p? That remains to be seen. We've really no clue if it's gonna go kaboom at some point. But we're just gonna hope and pray that that the encoder encodes. I think it's fine. It's very sketchy. So basically what I had to do to get this to work with 1080p, I have to do some funky stuff, to be honest. But I can't have any vocal processing, so this is my raw mic now. So there is no compressor, no nothing, no limiter. So if I sound a bit lame now, it's because we don't have any of that. Maybe I can work on later getting that to work. Probably the trade-off is I need to have my music that I play during stream, I need it downloaded offline, because using Firefox is apparently a no-go for the stream quality. So that's what we learned. Without Firefox, I can actually stream 1080p off of this old computer, which is kind of incredible considering that the GPU and the CPU are from 2014. So, yo, what's up, Cheese? I'm doing alright. I'm doing okay. A-okay. You know. Took me a long time to get that video for the Lenia thing out. You know, I've been kind of like procrastinating on it for like a month. But I knew that I wasn't going to do well, so it's like one of these things where like when it did not do well, I was like, you know, it is what it is, I guess. Like I already kind of expected it, but I was kind of like 1% of me was like holding out hope that it was going to do good. I mean, not as good as the chess engine video, of course, but I was assuming that it would do like maybe better than I thought, since my expectation was so low. But I mean, it is sort of like a very niche thing, you know, programming a cellular automata that no one fucking knows about on an operating system from 20 years ago. You know, it's that's really fucking niche, you know. So it's all right. Yeah, you got a message about it? Yeah, I saw you posted it. I don't know that language, unfortunately. Are you near the all the bullshit going on in the Middle East, or, you know? It seemed like your language seemed a bit close to Eastern European, maybe Russian. Yeah, Estonian. All right, got it. Yeah. Yeah. I'm a big fan of, you know, all Although Russian literature and you know, all that stuff, Ukraine and Cossacks and all that. But I don't know much about Estonia specifically. Russian is hard. Yeah, I never learned the language, but I was a big fan of all the literature. You know, not just Dostoevsky, but like Gogol um, and Tolstoy. You know, I had a class on Russian literature when I went to college for literature, and it was like my favorite class. I ended up having like a episode at the end of that semester, and so I just like was just drinking and not going to class, and that professor was so cool because he passed me, even though he gave me an A, even though I stopped coming to class, because I think he knew that I cared about it. I just like was not like mentally able to check in. I mean, I did my last paper for that class. Like, I worked really hard on it. The paper I wrote was on Notes from Underground, in like the context of like politics. It was kind of like a, you know, sort of like a psychoanalytical reading of it. Yeah, I forget about that paper, like what was in it. It was a big paper that I worked a long time on, but yeah, that class was sick. Very good class. He himself was Russian, and so that was his whole thing about it. He was Russian, and he had like he would invite like Russian writers and poets and stuff into class, and then he would have like poetry readings for these, you know, Russian artists after school and stuff. And I went to a few of the events, and that was really sick. Yeah, I wish all of college was like that, because that was like one of the only teachers I think that actually like gave a shit, you know. And the rest of it was just a bunch of like pompous bullshit. I have to learn Russian because a lot of people speak Russian. Oh yeah, that's probably the same for like all those Eastern European countries, you know. I guess Russian must be like the dominating language there, I guess. I hope that Estonia is good. I don't really know much about Estonia. I think that in hostel they go to Estonia, right, or something like that. I don't really know anything about any of those countries specifically, like Lithuania and stuff. But I think that what from what I know about it, like it all kind of like splintered off of Russia or like something like that. Also, not a long time ago there was a fighter jet. Is it like, you know, a foreign fighter jet? That's interesting. Don't know what that means. I mean, the world is like at each other's throats right now for no reason, so I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I feel like there's just so much bad shit all over the world right now, you know? It's not just our country, like in terms of like the US, like obviously, you know, Trump is a fucking like, you know, there's no words, right? But also like, it's just everywhere, it feels like. There's just so much bullshit that eventually I feel like it's just gonna hit like a boiling point, and then, you know. But like, I think it's been like since the early 2000s there's just been more and more and more bullshit like happening in terms of like, I don't know, big countries doing war crimes, you know what I mean, that eventually I think somebody's gonna just have enough of it, and we're gonna have a big fucking problem, you know? Like, I am really worried about stuff like that, about terrorist attacks, and also just like, I don't know. I don't really think there's gonna be a revolution or anything like that, but I do think that, like, it's not a good feeling for, like, society, you know. Anyway, just chatting it up. So the chunking system that I was really frustrated on last time, obviously got it to a point where it's like, it's okay, but it's not working. It still is popping in and out in the distance, and that is actually a much harder problem to solve than you would think. So all that popping in the distance and the flickering, you can see it rarely, the flickering. Anyway, it's rare now because we upped the mesh count, but it still is happening. And so, and I don't even know, this is still without us having multiple LOD levels per thing, I think. I need a little thing here. Anyway, so being that as it may, we need to work on a new system here. So I did come up with a plan, though. I came up with a plan earlier today. I sat here and I tried to think, and I thought really hard. And here's what I thought, okay? So we don't have two lists anymore, right? Last stream, I ended up designing two different arrays, right? One master array with all of the chunks, and then arrays per LOD level that keep track of which slots are free or not. So that becomes very messy because they are linked to one another via indices, and so when we clear one, we have to clear the other one, but there's no guarantee that the other one hasn't been filled already by something else, right? And so that's where we see that flickering in happening. Also, I don't know. I think that moving forward, probably like the simplest way is to make this simpler and to not have two lists at all. I think we don't have two lists because even if we can like jankily figure it out now, like how to make it work, like, you know, I think it'll cause problems later down the line. So my plan is now to do this. So also, it's two things, way too hot in here, and I also need to open up the window, so sorry about that, but that just needs to happen before I start coding. Okay. It was not supposed to be this hot in here today. Okay. Okay, so there's like two options here. We can keep the two lists and figure out a way. So that's the two options. So we can keep the two lists. We can keep the two lists and then and make an array that keeps track of which ones we have filled already in both arrays. So we could keep a list that tells us if we can free these here. Basically what this is doing is if we are replacing something, we need to free it, right? The tricky thing is that this happens in a loop for all of the jobs, and so we may have already overwritten that chunk already. So now we are freeing the new chunk that took its place. Okay, we can simply create a list now that an array that just makes sure that we haven't omitted it yet. In fact, we actually do have an array that already does this. So technically, we could do and not already omitted LODK. No, we need one for this format as well. So you would need an already emitted for both. Maybe we just prove that that's the issue before we go on further. So let's just say we're only going to free things that haven't been emitted yet. So we have this thing called already emitted, which gets done here. So we need another array that just has we're gonna call it emitted master for max chunk list, and we're just gonna set that to 0, right? And so moving forward here, what we're gonna do is check if we have already emitted here. So okay, so if we haven't emitted it yet, then it goes there, right? And then for here, it's the same thing, except we're doing the already emitted list. If it hasn't been emitted for I don't really know if I'm going to keep this format anyway. I just kind of want to see if this fixes the current bug. And then we can go on. Okay, so this theoretically should fix the bug. We technically also should check if we are going to emit into a chunk data that has already been done, but if we do everything correctly, then that shouldn't ever happen. Oh my god, the encoding lag is fucking insane. Okay, never mind, it's not insane, it's only 2.1%. Okay, interesting. Very interesting. Okay, it's not insane, but it definitely is there. So I'm just gonna drop us to baseline and go down to 4K bitrate. So just to make sure that we're fine. Okay. I'm sure that it's not like noticeable, but I'm not like the biggest fan of this song. Okay, so oh no, it's still flashed. You see, it's flashing, yeah. Yeah, it's still flashed. Yeah. I feel like this is all so complicated. Oh, we never actually do emitted master, that's why. We never actually do that. No, it flashed. It did flash. Yeah. Yeah, I think that we just have to do the whole thing again. Yeah, we have a check. No, we don't have the check for if we emit over the same ID twice. I guess it is technically possible. We could try that. Don't we have... I think I had this somewhere where we checked it out. Yeah, I don't know. We might just have to go with the other thing. The thing that I'm thinking about now is like, if the other way of iterating it, would that even fix it? The current problem. This chunk IDX comes from freeze K, right? Yeah. Okay, well... And then we take this chunk data based on this. Why don't I have a break here? Why don't I have a break there? I hate that I have to do that. I don't know why it makes me do that. That felt wrong. No, this IDX doesn't come from... Oh shit. This IDX is -1 by here. Here. Nothing else touches it, so it's just -1. Oh shit. Okay. So that was just bad code. That was just bad code. But I mean, I'm just trying to see what the ramifications of that is. Like, I don't know. That was just indexing into garbage, but okay. No, I guess not, because now that's a problem. That's just deleting chunks of geometry. But why is IDX? Oh, never mind. No, it's this. What am I talking about? What am I talking about? Oh, right, and then we get old later. Okay, so, and then IDX equals old. So this IDX we are freeing for sure. Because we're replacing it with old. But why not just use IDX, even in this case? Why do we need old equals replacement index? Why not just delete the replacement index and then move on with our lives? Like, this seems very complicated for no reason. I can just delete old and keep this into IDX, and then if we're replacing, then we just delete old if it hasn't been emitted already. And then just don't IDX equals old. We do free equals true here. Hello, Helena. How are you doing? I mean, I guess this just seems logically more consistent, right? So we are... I guess technically you want to even do this before, because... I guess you want to do this before, because you might actually luck into getting the same one into IDX. So let's just do that. Let's just delete old instead of trying to replace it. And see if that does anything. What editor? It's Helix actually. It is actually Helix. Yeah, we don't care about this yet, but I think this makes sense. So let's free old and then index into IDX always. So that means that we're always going to be getting a fresh one that is straight from the linked chain between the list and the data. Okay. Did that solve the bug? Oh, no, I saw some... Yeah. I saw some glitching out back there. It seems better though. Actually, it may not be popping in and out anymore. It may just be visually looking like that because of the way the geometry. No, yeah. See, it just did the thing. So that's not entirely it. It's definitely better. It is definitely better, but I mean, yeah, maybe the whole idea here is bad. Maybe I just need to do the idea that I was talking about earlier and just give up on this completely. Just refactor back into one array instead of these two arrays that talk to one another, because that way it'll just be simpler. This system seems a lot simpler. It eats more VRAM though. So basically the idea is that you have the same amount in LOD 1 as in LOD 2, at least, right? So for example, we have inside of here a chunk, right? And it references both itself and this down here. So the slots are in both, right? And so it's basically like reserving slots back in here, right? And so the good thing is, like, if you're walking, right, and now this chunk is now goes down to this LOD, then this one, the data can stay here, and then you just generate this one for the lower LOD level. You may be asking, like, why do you have multiple across different levels? And it's because we want to interpolate between two of the meshes in real time. So that's the reason why we need duplicate ones at different levels. So the idea is that if you're walking past LOD level 0, then it goes down to 1, but it already has the mesh here, and then it just generates it at 2. Which makes sense. However, I mean, it would basically, we would have to refactor the whole thing, so it's a big commitment, man. That's a big commitment. It's a really big commitment. I'm almost certain that the bug is here, actually. That somehow the chunk data linked to the chunk list isn't correct. Or it's slightly off, and therefore a chunk thinks that it's where it actually isn't. That's what I kind of think. Let's try getting rid of this. This might actually do something, because here this exits out if it can't find it at the current LOD. Also, freeze K active. You know what? No, we still need it to find itself at the correct level. Yeah, so if it's a replacement, which means that it's replacing itself with a higher LOD level, it needs to find that LOD level, or else it exits out. But the problem is that what it was supposed to replace is now no longer on the list, and so we have less space than we would think otherwise. Okay, so there's a level of like complexity here where if we're replacing something, we take it off of the free list, like this. But that has to be the problem, because once we take it off of the free list and then we don't replace it later, that means that it might not get freed, even though it should have gotten freed. Okay, so this is complicated. Okay, so if we check replacement index, okay, hold on. If our replacement index, if emitted master, the replacement index, first of all, you have to wrap this with okay, so if the replacement index is a thing and we have already emitted over it, then that means we need to find a new candidate. Otherwise, we can skip this entire thing, because we are going to just replace it. So in that case, we just have a boolean that that just says skip free, and we just trip this here. If it hasn't been emitted, then we skip free. And then we just, do we need this anymore? I have no clue. I think we'll keep it for now. This might break everything, by the way. Oh my god. It's awful. That is fucking awful. That is fucking awful. Because it just yeah. That's fucking awful. Still at it another day? Yeah. Yeah. What I'm trying to do here is kind of like non-trivial though. It's not easy because we have limited slots. So, like with this limited VRAM, we kind of have to really be happy to see me coding it. And thanks. Thank you. Happy to be coding again. So if we have a replacement index and it hasn't been emitted, then we need to skip free, because then we... Oh, wait a second. But we still need K. We still need K. We still need the K, yeah. So we can't skip it. Shit. Yeah, we're already going into a new index anyway. It's just the problem is that the old one has to get replaced. and we can't use the old chunk data because that's LOD dependent. So we have to get a new K, which is this, and then, oh man, well, that sucks. We need to get a new K because it needs to be a new slot in the new LOD level. But okay, hold on a second. Maybe we don't actually need this at all. Maybe we just let it go on the free list, and then if it hasn't been emitted, then we free it here. And then we already, yeah. Let's try it. Let's try it. Let's try it. Let's try it. That might actually be it. I don't think that we need to skip the iteration. We probably just need to probably just need to free it when it's necessary and let it rock when it's not. Did I fix it? No, I didn't. There's still debugging in and out. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of rare, but yeah, that's not good. Because now it's running out of chunks. Oh shit, are we getting encoding overloaded? That's not good. That's a bummer. That is a bummer. Distro and window manager. I use sorry, let me just try and make this not bad. I use Endeavor OS on this machine with i3. All my machines just have basically out of the box i3. The one that I stream on, I have Debian. Do I like Arch? I mean, I think, to be honest, all Linux is the same. All the distributions are kind of the same, to be honest. It just kind of depends on how you use them, I guess. But yeah. I've tried like a lot of them, you know. Dev one? I have no clue what that is. I'm sorry. Yeah, I feel like this just isn't gonna work. It's Debian without systemd. Oh, I see. I don't think mine has grub, but I think, I don't know. I don't remember setting up systemd on it. Oh yeah, mine definitely has grub. It's the only way I could do the legacy boot for the fact that it's dual booted with Windows XP. But yeah, we could refactor to this, I guess. I just don't know if it would solve the actual problem, but I don't think it would solve the problem. But we wouldn't need to find slots anymore because everything has its own slot. The only trouble is that when it goes up in LOD level, then it would need a slot. But that's fairly easy to check. If it's going up in LOD level and we don't have a free slot, then we just refuse it. Yeah, this is gonna be pain. That is gonna be painful. So you would have LOD and then you would have System D is the init system? Oh, I see. Oh, the plane sounds? Oh. Isn't the... I don't understand what the hate is or the difference between them, to be honest. I've never, like... I guess I've tried something without System D, right? Like... But... I guess, I don't really... People say that it's slow or something, but, I don't know. I've never really experienced it myself, being that, that painful. But I guess I'm just not that knowledgeable on it. The LOD is always going to be LOD and then LOD minus 1. Is that all you need? You just need the offsets into both. Okay. Okay, we're going back to one array. We need to link them on a init. We need to link them on a init. We need to link them on a init, and then this won't be a thing anymore. Honestly, I just switched to become the ultimate LARP. I was on Debian before. I see. Yeah, I mean, I put Debian on this thing just because it's like, it's the most stable thing that I've ever had. So, the fact that, you know, it's just this old computer, so it doesn't do anything other than stream, so, and it's very hard to break Debian, so I'm a big fan of it. I've also done some development on it, and it has been not too painful. But I don't know. I do find the whole distribution thing kind of interesting. The fact that people, I guess, have such like an identity with it, you know, because I had just as much, you know, breakage when I had Mint on my machine than when I had Arch on it, or when I, you know, when I had this or that, you know. So, but I mean, I haven't tried like Gen 2, I guess, but you know. But depending on how you use it, it's like very easy to break it, especially if you're developing. What made me pick up coding C? Well, I learned Java in school, and then I, you know, did a bunch of JavaScript and like web stuff when I was a teenager, and then I did some Python scripting, you know, just like I wasn't really coding full time back then, and then later I wanted to learn a low-level language, so I learned Rust. Because the things that I always wanted to make were low-level. It's just in Java. In school, they taught me Java, so I just kind of landed with Java. But I was always doing like terminal applications and system stuff. So I was always using the wrong tools for the job. And then I learned Rust, and then I learned how much I hated Rust, and then I did C instead. So yeah, I mean, I don't hate Rust with like every bone in my body, but I just think it's a very unfun language, and I think low-level stuff should be fun because it is fun. What is this? Is this array? It's not in here? Okay. Well, it's in here. Okay. Alright, so this is going to be a big refactor. So I'm just going to copy the whole function down. I know that that's cursed, but let's just do let's just do that, and then we can now have our conscience clean. Is it like the bar check that's painful? It's not necessarily just the borrow checker, it's just the very like DNA of the language in terms of like writing it to me is just there's stuff that just is pointless. I hate the like heady sort of need to like make things like philosophical in terms of programming. There is no it's not fucking necessary for us to use syntax like this. It just doesn't, yeah, sure, it makes sense because it's a reference when you're doing nested arrays, but it's stupid. It's stupid and it's pointless, and I don't like shit that's stupid and pointless like that. So a part of me is I just like philosophically feel like I'm against that sort of thing. It is unnecessarily obtuse, right? Anyone who knows that they're writing code understands what a nested array is. I shouldn't need to relearn the syntax just so that I can prove that I know what it's doing under the hood. It's I think that Rust is just kind of full of itself like that, just personally speaking. But yeah, I did not find it very fun to write, no. But maybe now I would have a different appreciation for it now that have done a lot of C. But to get a job in graphics programming, do you need a degree? Also, is it a niche field? I don't have a job in graphics programming, so I would have no clue. But I mean, if you want a job in graphics programming, go make a ray tracer in Vulkan. That's what I'd recommend. But once again, I don't know. I guess it's a niche field. I don't know anybody who has a graphics programming job, even though all of the people in my Discord are graphics programmers. Is C hard to learn? C is easy to learn. It's a very simple language. There's not much to it. And that's why it's a good language, because there shouldn't be a need for I love C because it's just very simple and there's not a lot of ways to do the same thing. Do I like bacon? Yeah, I like bacon. Yeah, bacon's pretty awesome. Okay, so we're trying to get the closest chunk to the camera, so we're gonna recode what we did earlier. with this. The way it was before. Yeah. Isn't manual memory management a pain though? That's just low-level programming though. That's not like a C thing. You know. That's just you know, low-level programming. That's the best part about it. You know, that you don't have a garbage collector, and the fact that you can optimize everything to go fast. You know, that's the best part about it. That it's now your job to do those things. You know, it's like you get all the responsibility, and now you get to make your program fast instead of just trusting, you know, the runtime or whatever. What am I working on? I'm working on a 3D space simulator, but right now I'm doing the actual terrain on the planets. So I can just show you real quick what it looks like. But I'm working on the LOD chunking system for the terrain. Because the terrain is generated in real time, but I need to make it so that it doesn't pop in like that. So that's what we're working on. But that's what it looks like. Never seen it that way. I always thought it's just annoying. Yeah, I mean, that's what it is though. Like, that's why fast programs are written in C. You know, that's it. You know, I can't really say like any code I've ever like read in JavaScript that, you know, would be fast. It's just not. It's just not how you write fast programs. What about C++? I mean, sure, but I mean, you're still gonna deal with memory, you know, management. That's every low-level language. That's what it's about. And simulation, is the math harder than standard graphics programming, or is it the same? I feel like it's the same. I mean, I don't know what you would consider standard graphics programming. You know, I had this conversation in the Discord just a while ago where, you know, I basically said graphics programming is just you passing buffers to the GPU and telling them to draw. The rest is not, you know, the rest is math, you know. So I don't even know what I would consider graphics programming anymore. After being a graphics programmer, I guess I feel like 10% of it is just fucking around in shaders, and then the other 90% of it is sitting here and doing math and system stuff, you know. So I think the idea of graphics programming is very different from what it actually ends up being. I think like probably like 10% of the code in a graphics programming project is actual, you know, graphics code. Because it's just true, you know. We just have formulas for like blend Phong lighting, and you know, we just pass our lights into the shader and we draw, you know. Now if we're talking about like building a ray tracer, that's something that's different, right? You know, that's very, it's also highly math intensive, but you know, that's a different sort of, you know, working really in a shader and doing graphics. But with anything that I've done, like with my light mapping, with my movement, with my you know, any of the funky stuff that I've done with, you know, the game engine or whatever, this I would consider it all systems level code, you know, generating a scalar field, doing marching cubes. It's all math. It's not I wouldn't consider it graphics code, you know. But that's just like my opinion on it. Yeah, so now we have to just replace everything with that. Yeah, we have to, oh right, so we have to link them in the beginning. We have to link them in the beginning to the correct ones. And we don't want to hard code it, so we need to have a system to go through and link them for each LOD level. I'm trying to think how to do this mathematically right now, and it's not going well in my head. Do I know Nix? The language? I thought that it was like a part of an operating distribution with the flakes or whatever. I don't really think that it's a... I didn't really think it's a... I mean, I also know that it is a language, but I thought that it was based on that, you know, based on the distribution, not the... I didn't really know that people actually like make things in Nix. I've seen a few files just in people's projects. Can I repeat that? Oh, sorry about the ad. Thanks for the penny though. I don't know about Nix. I know about the distribution. I thought that the language was, you know, to make things portable to the distributions in terms of like the flakes or whatever. I don't know. But I've never considered doing Nix myself because I'm not a like customized guy. I just like wake up and I sit here and I code. So if it's, you know, if it's gonna help me code, then yeah, then I guess I care about it. But other than that, I don't really do other things with my computer, pretty much, I guess. So we want to okay, so we have the max chunks LOD, so that would be 8. And we want to we want to go, also we want to be going to less than LOD max -1. So we don't want to be doing the last one. And so we need to put this into, we're going to offset it by max chunks LOD minus, yeah, so let's just do the index explicitly right now just so that we can figure out the math. So it's going to be max chunks LOD L -1 minus chunks on level plus I. And so that is what we will reference in chunk data. And so that would be, I think ID 0 makes sense for the lowest LOD. And so we'll just do now this isn't going to work for everything because we need to actually start. Oh, okay. So we need to start. Okay, so we need to start at that offset. No, it's just I. Is it possible to program a 3D shooter engine with good graphics with Java and OpenGL, or is Java in that regard really limited? I'd say it's not possible. Not with modern standards, absolutely not. All of Minecraft is made with Java, and that's actually why it runs poorly. You know, Minecraft is a voxel-based game that has historically run poorly on every single machine I've ever owned, despite having very little things going on graphically. So I'd say no, personally. But I mean, it's probably possible. It's possible for you to code it, but in terms of like it running well, not possible. Not possible. The only thing that really speaks against Java, you might get stutter because of garbage collection. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's the same problem in Minecraft, yeah. Do I think raylib is good? Sure. I don't really have an opinion on it. Why is Bedrock Windows only? Like, isn't it made in C++? It's way better. Yeah, Bedrock has always run way better. If you're real careful and use pooling, might not accumulate that much garbage. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. It's possible. But should you? No. You know, like, you will never... Like, it's possible, sure, but you're never going to reach the same performance as the same thing as highly optimized C or C++ code, you know? So if someone was asking me for like advice on like, should I commit to writing a game engine in Java, I would say, I mean, unless you like, unless you're just doing it like for fun, just to prove that you can, you know? Like, I've obviously done stuff just to prove that I can with like the Linear thing, but sure. But I mean, for example, an engine, you cry of fear or something like that, but with modern animations, just a model and animation tester. Yeah, that's absolutely doable. Yeah. I mean, Java is capable of anything that any other language is capable of. You just also have to be, you know, aware that it's kind of not meant to be used for that, you know? In terms of like, you'd kind of be fighting the language all the way, that sort of thing. Also trying to do it for fun and want to get into OpenGL. Personally really like Java. I mean, that's completely, you know, that's completely up to you. But I'd also argue, like, so much of OpenGL and graphics programming is memory management, you know? It's actually like, you know, dealing with having CPU side buffers that are matching the GPU buffers and things like that, and you'd be kind of robbing yourself of that experience. Just like, you know, me talking like personally about like, you know. But if you like genuinely really like Java, you know, and you've tried like other low-level languages and it doesn't really like sit well with you, then like that's completely your prerogative, you know. Is it that? Oh wait, no. No, this is L+1. Right. So we're starting at the end of the list, so that's why that's there. And so ID 0 is the one that's on. Technically, this should be the one on the... So this is I minus offset, which would be 0 to... 0 to the max, yeah. And then this one is I. Yeah. I think I'm gonna finish. Yeah, I mean, I always, you know, recommend C. I think that C is the most fun I had ever had programming, but I mean, I guess it. Minecraft is CPU. A less CPU heavy game won't suffer. Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's just like, that always bugged me about Minecraft. Like, everybody talks to me about like how Minecraft is like such an like the idea behind Minecraft and like Notch's sort of like, I don't know, he obviously like is really good at making games. However, is it like a well-made, you know, thing? No. Like, you know what I mean? But I just had the idea in my mind. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I say go for it, you know. It's also like once you build something in one language, it's very easy for you to convert it to, you know, another language later. It's up to you. Thanks. Thanks for hanging out. Um, I will continue coding as per usual. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Is there anything else I need to initialize in here? Probably not. The LOD will equal the LOD level. Is that really necessary for us to have? Probably not. Probably not. But let's not even worry about it for now. Let's just set them all to free. And just call that. Yeah, sorry, I didn't give an opinion on Raylib. I get asked about Raylib a lot, but I've like used it very minimally, like when I was started getting into graphics programming. But like personally, I think like if you're gonna use Raylib, I just like why not use OpenGL sort of thing. Like I think Raylib is cool, but I also just like don't see if you're like want to become like a graphics programmer, you know, like you should probably just use the API. Raylib is literally just a wrapper over OpenGL, so it's it would be like more, I think, enriching for you to just jump into OpenGL if that's, you know. So Millennium thing, port it to fragment shaders. It's probably possible, but that GPU is absolutely not made for that sort of thing. That's why most everything was CPU side at that time. Literally the book that I was going through on, you know, graphics programming for 2006 has nothing on shaders in it, just like at the end. It's actually not possible because of the hardware limitations of those GPUs. In fact, if you have a fragment shader, there's literally no way for you to get that many operations. I ran out of operations in my fragment shader while just doing the lighting code. I couldn't do POW tone mapping because I literally ran out of operations in my shader. So it would not be possible. No, they have like a maximum of like I think like 64 individual instructions in pixel shaders, you know, for DirectX 9. So it's it would absolutely not be possible. Maybe FFTs are possible in shaders, but FFTW, like multi-threaded, is pretty much the standard, you know. Like, of course, there's CUDA FFTW or FFTs, but like that's made for CUDA GPUs, you know. It's kind of, it's just, from the research I did on it, would be like physically impossible to do it. But yeah. But maybe it is possible, and somebody can prove me wrong about it. But I think a big point of the project though was to do it on the CPU, you know, just like see how far I could take it on the CPU. And writing all of that simmed code was the joy of it. I don't like GPU programming. I think GPUs are kind of fucking lame, to be honest, but yeah. Just personally. Okay, I'm going to init it. Okay. Let's go through it here. So we already did this, that's fine. Obviously we need to go to chunk data here. And cam chunk, cam LOD. So cam chunk LOD, cam chunk, put center. Okay. Okay, so now here's where we check the list internally. We obviously need to loop through it again that way. Like one invocation of the decimation algorithm is just a dozen flops or so, then you just run log2 passes. Yeah, it's possible. I wouldn't really know how to do it though. I don't know. It's also like that kind of, I don't know. I guess it like predates like actual work group, you know, things. So I have no clue how you would be able to time it. Is the thing. Like you don't have barriers, so I don't know how you'd even do this in terms of like in a row. And without like, and sure we could do FFTs, but then what about like the other 20 operations that aren't FFTs in the algorithm, you know? So, but I mean, maybe technically possible, but yeah, I think the final reintegration step is fairly like embarrassingly parallel, so it would definitely be helped with GPU, but I don't know, there's parts of it where I wouldn't really know what to do. Also, just the way that it works out with the complex multiplication and things, it's complicated, you know, like because kernels go from certain input channels into certain output channels, and so you would end up having to have like a bunch of dispatches, right? And then you would need to somehow time those dispatches. It sounds incredibly difficult. Like, sure, we can FFT once, but, you know, what about the rest of the, you know, the rest of it? You know, it's kind of, it's way harder than that. But maybe it's theoretically possible, but definitely, I wouldn't find a lot of joy in doing that, just because it's kind of explicitly like not how things were meant to be done back then, you know, in terms of the hardware, you know. But yeah, also the GPU really sucks, so it's not I don't think it's capable of it personally, but there's just a lot inside of it that, I mean, you can look at the code yourself, but there's a lot inside of it that isn't just the FFTs. OpenGL 330 is way beyond that. Way beyond it. Way. My entire game engine was OpenGL 330. My entire game engine was OpenGL 330. That's way after what we're talking about, you know? What we're talking about predates like the concept of it, really, you know? Like, we're talking about, like, I don't know when OpenGL 330 came out, probably like 2010 to 2012, but, you know, I was working on like 2006, you know, so many years in between that, right? The concept of the GPU wasn't even really there yet. Okay. Okay, so none of this actually changes. We can get rid of all of this. This doesn't need to be here anymore. We don't have to do this anymore, but let's just keep it for ideas later. So this is just gonna be if it's free, since we just have one list now. But okay, so this is going to be just the chunk data li now, since it's all in one list. And this is going to be just the center here. Okay, so all of that is fine. Now here's the part that gets tricky. So we're going through the freeze and we're looking at the LODs. The freeze. This LOD of the freeze, do I set it? I do set it. Okay. Because the freeze are all in one array. That we queue sort them once. Although to be honest, we could actually just like queue sort each. We just check if the LOD equals LOD here though. So we're only even testing our own LOD level, so it doesn't even matter. So how is this gonna look? Like, so if we are replacing, then do we even need to free anything? Okay, so if we're replacing it, we're either going up in LOD or down in LOD. Yeah, it's weird because I'm basically making like a binary tree here. If I'm going up in LOD and we get 1, then we have to move it to a different index. Ah, shit. This gets really complicated because now the indirect buffers are not in the right place. Okay, so if we go up in LOD level, our mesh, if we want to save our mesh, we need the top to reference that. And then we free the other mesh Oh, this is fucking complicated as fuck. This is fucking complicated as fuck. Okay, so if our replacement LOD, if our LOD is greater than the replacement LOD, then we're moving upwards. Wait, no, it would be less than. I'm thinking about it backwards because bigger number is actually lower. Going down is the easy part. Going down is the easy part. Or actually, it's not even the easy part. Okay, I think so. We just delete the link from the top LOD to the other old parent. So we just look at chunk data at whatever our freeze index is. We just look at our LOD at K. We want to see what the last index of the child is. So the ID child is ID 0, and so we are going to look down there and free it, and then replace the link. Yeah. I don't think that this can go out of bounds. That's what I was just thinking about. So we'll just free it like that. The problem is, if I free the child, then I have to free the parent too. God, why is this so complicated? Like we can this works fine. The problem is yeah, it's not gonna work because of the thing that we're replacing. Because if we need a new chunk, if we need a brand new chunk, and we free something, then we have to figure out if it has a parent or a child, and then get rid of that. Okay. That's what we have to do then. Oh wait, no. If we're going down in LOD, wait, yeah, so you still need to go to the ID 0. You need to check if LOD is less than LOD max -1, because you don't want to be obviously going down there. So this is once again a child, so we are always only doing children. We're not doing parents, so it's always going to be lower, no matter if we are going upwards or we are going downwards. And then we just free that. Yeah. Okay. So really, it's just this. Like, we don't even need any of this. It's really just this. Okay, fine. So ID 0 always has to be the lower LOD. If it's a brand new chunk, then we need 2 slots. And parent needs to be always have a child. So if it's a brand new chunk, let's not even worry about any of this. So if it's a brand new chunk, fuck. Okay, none of this matters. None of it matters. None of that matters. That fucking thing does matter. Hold on. So we find a slot for the given LOD. It's guaranteed to have a slot underneath it. Always has a slot underneath it. Here's what we'll do. Here's what we'll do. We have to... This doesn't even matter anymore. I don't think this matters anymore. But... everything else... Okay, here's what we'll do. Here's what we'll do. We will just make it so that this starts at 0, and then but the rest of them need these to be ID 0 equals -1, just so that we... Oh wait, they're guaranteed to have 1 minus offset. Yeah, they're guaranteed. They're guaranteed, except for the last one. Well, in that case, let's just go at the end, and then let's just do the bottom ones. Or actually, they'll never get processed. They'll never get processed since they're LED max -1. So that's fine. So every time we are slotting in, no matter if it's a replacement index, we want to do this, right? Yeah, we need to free what is there. Regardless, if it's a brand new chunk, we still need to free it. So even if it's a replacement index, we still need to do that. And if it's a replacement index, then we will get out of here. And that works fine. I feel like this is too simple and there's something that I'm missing here. We just simply find that and that's fine. And then we set just ID 0 to let's just so naturally now it's going to be chunk data LOD K. We're gonna set it equal to job data since job data is that, except we need to we need the old ID 1 or the old ID 0 to because to check if it's the child that we haven't. Wait. Yeah, okay, so this one's different. So you have to put this in here actually. You have to put this in here because in this case we are going to replace ID 0 with replacement index. Wait, but does that is the lower one and it's going to upper, but what if it's going down? If it's going down, then you want it to be ID 1. Okay. Okay. So then you want to do this down here. Okay, so let's just do this down there then. Just for simplicity's sake. If the LOD is less than the replacement LOD, which means that we are moving upwards, then we want ID 0 to have the replacement index. Otherwise, we want ID 1 to have the replacement index because we went downwards. And in this case, ID 0. Oh, wait, hold on. K. Wait, K in this case. K would be the Okay, so we need to be writing into replacement index actually if it's the higher one. So we need to be writing into this. Can I recommend you good math resources? That's tough. I mean, you kind of just like pick it up while you're, you know, coding stuff. Like how to do like quaternion rotations and shit. But a few books that I want to read. I want to read Concrete Mathematics by Knuth. I want to buy that book really bad. Otherwise, there's I think there's a website called like Learn to Code, and it's got a lot of good math books on it. So if we're going downwards, then we want to be writing into the replacement index, and then ID 0 gets K. But yeah, Concrete Mathematics looks like such a good book. You can find the full PDF online, but yeah. If ID 0 equals the job. If we go upwards, then K, yeah, so J, yeah. So this RK, if we go downwards, has, yeah. You don't want to do this just if you're replacing, because if it's a new node, you need to replace the child for it. But we don't actually know if those are child nodes or not. We could have a flag that says if it's a child. Because we don't want to be deleting parents. This is hard. This is like so complicated in my head. Because to get the last LOD level, then they would all not have children, right? And so we need like dedicated logic to actually deal with that. So I was thinking of like putting a check here just to see if it's a child and then it doesn't get put onto the free list. This makes a lot of sense to me. However, I think that that's actually what we have to do so that children don't get freed. But this just becomes a lot more complicated. So we'll just have this flag here that says if it's a child. And during our initialization, we need to make all of these children. Yeah, I don't think you need this. Yeah, that's not correct. That is not correct. Okay, so now... Alright, so let's just loop through beforehand and then set everything... Because I'm too stupid to logically like think through what's going to be a child and what's not. At this point, it's like becoming like a binary tree sort of thing. So I think we just do this. We just set everything to it not being a child, and then later just allocate them is child. And then later we just infer that here. So this is very confusing. Okay. Okay. Now if it's a child, we skip over it. And so we're only dealing with replacing parents now, or replacing bottom LOD. Or replacing bottom LOD. So it's just parents. So now, if our LOD is less than the max minus 1, right, then we go into the child, and then we delete it. And it's guaranteed to have a child because it's a parent. So that has to be true. Oh god, this is really confusing me. I'm sure I'm messing something up. So we get the old ID 0, right, which is the child. But we already freed the child. And then we get the job data. We're always guaranteed to have a parent. And if we're replacing something and we're going down an LOD, so going up the tree, then our new ID 0 becomes the replacement index. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. And we don't free it. Except we do free it here. Oh, this ID 0 would not be the replacement index. No, it's guaranteed to not be the replacement index, because the replacement index will also always be a parent. Okay, so let's assert that. So that's another thing. So if we are going to go into updating LOD, we need to know that this chunk data is a parent. If it isn't a child, then we're gonna update it. We only want to do parents. Okay, so if we're always replacing parents, then it should be guaranteed to have that. And then if we're going down, which is down in LOD, then we want to be writing into replacement index, putting K, and then ID1 can be the replacement index. And now K becomes the child. So LOD plus 1 K dot this is complicated. Okay, so is child equals true. The tricky thing is that these now need, so if that's fucking cursed. That's fucking cursed. Okay, for this to work now, we actually have to do this. Or actually, no. No, it's just on replacement that we need to do that. I'm really scared about going LOD minus 1 here, though, not gonna lie. That is pretty scary. The ID 0 is the replacement index, but then we still need to do this replacement index. It's still LOD minus 1. It's just that this becomes the ID 1 equals K, and then the is child is going to be true. Wait, no. So this is LOD plus 1. Wait, no. I think I did this backwards. Hold on. No. This is plus 1. Yeah. Wait. Yeah, you're guaranteed for the balance here. It's not necessary, actually. You're guaranteed. Because you're going downwards. And here you're going upwards, so... Theoretically, this... You can just do... Just to be sure here, you can literally just do, replacement LOD, and it should be equivalent. Should be equivalent always. Okay, I think I'm going to get rid of everything else here and just okay, I have absolutely no fucking clue if this is going to work, but I think we just have to kind of send it. I've been like sitting here kind of trying to parse my way through if this is gonna work or not, but I think we just have to send it now. I know I've been kind of like just like sitting here like trying to make sure, but I think I just have to send it. Have to send it. Have to send it. We are just going to do, we're just going to obviously do L, and the local ID will always be I. Now, what we do want to check if it's free or if it's a child. We only want to draw parents. Okay, well, the computer might crash, not gonna lie. It might just crash, but I have some errors here. We don't care about any of that anymore. Or maybe I should be setting them to free, actually. That's probably a good idea. It works better than I thought it would work. Actually, fairly impressive, all things considered. We obviously aren't doing a lot. It seems like it's working. It just doesn't think it has as many slots as it does, I think. Or meshes are getting set to isChild. Okay, so we never set K to not isChild here. Yeah. We need ID 0 to be correct, guaranteed. So I think that that should work. Obviously k ID 0 should equal -1 here. I don't really have a check for if ID 0 equals -1. If I pay you $2 bajillion, would I rewrite the whole open tablet driver from C# to C? Sure. I mean, like, sure. You know. I feel like I'd do anything for $2 bajillion, to be honest. Other than, like, what's my Venmo? I mean, I'm monetized on YouTube. I don't have a Venmo. I think I'm banned off of Venmo. I can't remember why. But I mean, sure. If you have a gajillion dollars, you know, I feel like a gajillion dollars is probably like really hard to find, but so that whatever I just did didn't seem to really work. Do I initialize? I don't initialize these to. We should just like initialize everything to -1 and then see. Also, LOD +1, which is the lower LOD. Yeah. We have to make sure that this isn't a child. If it isn't a child, then we go to the child and free it. But what if it's a oh, but they're guaranteed to not be children. They're guaranteed to not be children. Okay, well then never mind. Never mind then. I guess we only do this if it's being replaced, and then we don't do it otherwise. So that's probably also a thing that we have to do. Because if we're replacing something, oh yeah. So okay. So we have to, if we're not replacing something, then we have to transfer this old ID 0 into chunk data, because now this needs to have the child. Yes. And then let's assert that this isn't a child, although it shouldn't be a child. And let us assert that chunk data LOD old ID 0 its child equals true, and their ID 0 is going to be -1, and their I have a feeling that that this. Oh yeah. So we also need then to put this into old ID 0 so that it gets the. The birds are going crazy. I'm bad at 3D coding. Isn't Vulkan better than OpenGL? That's a funny way of saying it. I have old computers. If I had a fancy, like, 30 series NVIDIA GPU, and I, like, lived in a room with white walls and plants and had an RGB keyboard, I would probably really fuck with Vulkan, man. They got good stuff going on. However, I have old hardware, and old hardware does not like Vulkan, so I hate writing OpenGL too. So I don't think OpenGL is. Yeah, but I mean, if you've got a new computer, then Vulkan is definitely what you want to be doing for sure. Definitely. Let's just see if that works. But I mean, if I was like 99% of the human race, then I would code in Vulkan. Unfortunately, I'm me, which sucks. Okay, so we aren't freeing old chunks. Alright, well. It looked good in the beginning, and then it just became really bad afterwards. Very strange. I have a feeling everything becomes a child at some point. That's just the feeling that I get. Let's see the debug. We are getting jobs, we just aren't making meshes. How about this? How about this? Let's draw children, just to see what we're working with here. How long do I think finishing this project is going to take, and what is the expected end result? I don't really. When I start projects, I don't really have like a serious goal. I just kind of do them until they feel finished, or I feel kind of done with them. But I don't know, maybe I'm thinking like fishing, like making it like a fishing thing. I don't really think it's a game. I just kind of want it to like be a weird art thing or something. But I don't know how long. Usually like my projects take like months, so. Okay, so that didn't help us, so we just don't have the data in the first place. That's what I'm feeling. I feel like we don't have the data. If we go down in LOD, or like up in LOD, then K becomes the child. And then we generate into K. What is replacement LOD and updating LOD level is L. And updating LOD index is I. Okay, so that should be correct. Yeah, this is correct. It should not be for child. This is gonna make millions on Steam. Stop coding and push it like this. Really? Are you being sarcastic? Bro, I can't join your channel and subscribe. Why? Why can't you subscribe? Did I do something wrong? Is like YouTube firing me or what? That would suck. That would suck. That would suck real bad. I'm wondering if it's got something to do with this. I'm almost willing to give this like a little bit of a nudge. I feel like everything becomes a child at some point, and that's the problem. That therein lies the problem. It says I'm in Poland and iTunes is in Spain. I thought that was funny. Please ignore it. Are you excited for Artemis 2? I have no clue what Artemis 2 is. Can't join through the mobile app? Yeah, I'm sorry. If I could do it for you, I would. I just can't. I'm just not, you know, legally allowed to do that, unfortunately. ID 0, because old ID 0. Is child equals false. Old ID 0 to child equals true. Child data J. ID 0 equals -1. All of that makes so much sense, except for the fact that I didn't do this LOD plus one. All of it made sense except for that. So that's very true. Oh, is it? That's cool. Yeah, that's I should be like, you know, space aware. So thanks for keeping me in the loop. Yo, what's up, Devil Gaming? I just feel like this ain't working for us, to be honest. I mean, it's better now. It's certainly better now. It certainly is better now. However, it isn't great. Like, for example, that shit is not within Frustum. We should be updating this, obviously. So why are we not? That's my question. Why are we not? I feel like that has to be the case. Why would we not be? Do I have a second channel? I watched a video and the guy looked like me. Damn, I thought that it was kind of unique. No, I don't. Make the player really small so you get the gnome perspective. That would be a good idea, maybe. That's a good idea, maybe. I kind of am at this height so that we use your words so that we don't clip through the floor, because the collision is still kind of funny. Oh, this is a Elliott Smith sample. In my happy chillhop playlist? Come on, man. We should not be doing that. Come on. Okay, so this I wonder if this. Let's see what. See, we have 258 dist. All right, let's do some debug printing out. Because we need to know. What music do I like? Not this, but it's legally. I'm legally required to play this. So yeah. I like all types of music. I went to school for music composition, so music is a big thing for me. I like Jason Molina, the Field Mice, Prefab Sprout, a bunch of things, like in that vein. This ain't going too well. Not gonna lie. Okay, so. If we're going down, we only replace parents. And if we go down, we're only replacing parents. And not children. Yeah. Have I produced music? Yeah. 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 A bunch. A lot of it for other people. Back in the day. But now I just, play my guitar in peace and solitude. I guess we could set it to ID 0 equals -1. I don't know. Thanks for the membership. I think I have one other one. But I really appreciate that. Wow, a green name. That's the first time I've seen that. I have a scene on my other computer that has the membership names on it. So I have to edit it now. I never really used it because I'm not the type of guy that goes on breaks and then would have a picture or something. I don't have that. But I appreciate that a lot. So thanks. I think that we're logically inconsistent here because we're only replacing parents. But regardless, we should have been replacing the one there that's like right under our feet. So I wonder why we were outside of the thing. And so we never created a new mesh. So let's see how many frees we have. Well, we already have this. Free count 12. 12 free count. We kind of need a breakdown per thing. I want to see which ones. I was saying, yeah, exactly. What is a bajillion dollars now? I'm just fucking kidding. That is funny. God damn it. This is kind of like a pain in the... I hate having to debug this because it makes me annoyed. Writing code like this is annoying to me. Okay, there we go. But I have no clue how else to figure it out right now, so we're just gonna do this. Freeze I dot LOD, freeze I dot index, center dot x, center dot y, center dot z, and at the end here we'll have the score. Okay, there we go. So now we'll be able to see. It's probably noon for me. It is. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Good luck on the test. Why is it all of a sudden kind of working? Like, dude, break so that I can fucking fix it. Please. Okay, that was kind of broken. Okay, but like, fucking, I need a good frame so that I can figure out what the problem is. Right. No, stop. No, stop it. Fucking, oh my god. Also something, it's putting geometry over geometry. Oh, which is what it's supposed to be doing anyway, but thank you for the super chat. I'm gonna look at this. I can like it and I can heart it. I don't know why that's an option. Like, isn't that kind of like assumed? Like, what does it mean if I don't heart it? Like, what? I don't understand that. So we have in any given frame about 5 frees. About 5 frees. At 0, 1, 0, and 2 LOD levels. And they all have a free score of 3. 3-ish. And we are at... Okay, so these are relatively close. couldn't say anything in the sewage. Bro, that's, I don't know what the issue is. It's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. So we only have a 5 free count and 400 jobs, so no fucking wonder we it's not working. I'm assuming it's bro, that voice crack was insane, dude. I'm assuming because everything ends up a child. Enjoy the Polish dollars, thanks. What do dollars look like in Poland? I feel like they gotta look pretty cool, right? We didn't check this. What does this function do? It takes an LOD level, right? And the chunk ID. And the indirect shader, it just does the chunk ID. That's very simple. What it does. Very simple. We don't have any funky business going on down here, do we? No. No. We somehow all become childs. Fuck off. Fucking Christ. Scared the shit out of me. Okay, shut up, shut up, shut up. We never set this to .isChild equals false though. That is true. No concern for the urgent call. To be honest, it's just people that do not like me. So let's just leave it at that. I only talk to people that like me. So that's all. I don't think that should matter because... Oh, but we... Free should always trump it. Free should always trump it. We have the jittering. We have the jittering again. But now we are actually kind of back to where we started with the thing. So I'm glad. Hey, the code definitely simplified itself. However, we still have the goddamn jittering. So I have no clue how to fix it. Like, how do I even, like log any of this? Like, that's the problem. Like, if it was something that I could easily log and then read out, you know, make a lot of sense. But it's kind of like just looking at a bunch of fucking nonsense, to be honest. So here we're creating a new mesh. So every frame we're creating about 4 or 5 meshes. I forget, this one's LOD 0, right? So one of these, this is LOD level. It seems I generate the world from scratch every time I load. What do you mean by load? Like every frame? Or do you mean like when I actually boot it up? When I boot it up, I start generating everything from scratch. But the idea behind the chunking system is that we don't have to regenerate chunks that we've already seen, right? That's kind of the idea. But the issue is that sometimes chunks fight with each other so that they both want the same slot. And then they start popping in and out like that. Like going to white and then not. It's always chunks in the distance though. So it has to do something with that. Believe it or not, we just don't have a lot of three slots. Yeah, like 3 should technically have more slots than 1 and 2, but 1 and 2 have a lot of slots. Like we have 328 jobs to do. And we only end up doing 4 of them. I mean, this means that it's working good. The problem is it's the one that we... So 264, 60, negative 24. We're trying to look and see if the same one gets done twice in a row. Because that's what we're seeing. So 288, 60, negative 60. No. There it is. There it is. So this is what the problem is. So we create this mesh here. 264, 60, negative 288, 60, negative 60. So we create that chunk. Then one frame goes by. We probably overwrite it. And now we are making the same exact chunk again. 288, 60, negative 60. So that's the problem, right? It is LOD level of 3, which is what we assumed, right? I forget what the second one is, but... So here, 276, 84, negative 60, this is what we probably overwrite it with. So if we look onto the free list, we should see 288, 60, negative 60 with a score of 1.63. So... and it's the lowest score. It is the lowest score. So we should be printing out the score as well, but if I had to guess, these have like exactly the same score is the problem. Some like floating point imprecision or like something like that is making it not have the same score all the time. So let's just do jobs I dot score at the end here, just so that we can see what the score is of these chunks that are popping in and out. But it probably is exactly the same or very similar. I just don't know how to handle that problem. Yeah, it's a bummer. I think that we are skipping some frames because of encoding lag with this new setup. So that's unfortunate. Yeah, but whatever. There's not much I can do about it right now. Okay, so that jittering in and out. We need to get it on the frame. I need to just press escape. Okay, we got it. Okay, so let's track down the one that we are doing multiple times. So here we're only creating 2 meshes. 84, 108, 60, and 120, 84, 60. 132, 84, 60. 132, 84, 60. So there we go. We do the same mesh 2 times. We do it once, skip a frame, and then do it again, which means that we overwrote it. Which one of these? So this has a score of 2.904, and then this has a score of 2.905. And then this is a score of 2.906. So there. That's the bug. I think honestly, like the simplest way for us to like solve this would just be to like expand this to like 64 or like, you know, 80 or something. Like, I don't know. Like maybe that's like a stupid way of doing it, but honestly, the reason they're popping in and out is not a problem with my system. The problem is that they both have the same value. So unless I have some heuristic like adding an epsilon to the value, then yeah, that's what I think I'll do. Because now the closer chunks are starting to pop in and out. What I could do is add an epsilon to the value so that it's not just less than this score. It would have to be less than this score plus some value. Like 0.05. Or maybe even bigger, like 0.1. Or less than minus, that's what I meant. Okay, so we're still getting it. Maybe we should do within frustum plus something higher. Or because we never have all of those inside of the viewing frustum ever. Okay, so here's what I'll do. Instead of doing distance to the camera, let's try doing distance to the center chunk. To center pause. The idea behind it is that we'll be less at the whim of our, you know, epsilon, like, you know, floating point problems if it's based on a chunk boundary rather than the actual camera position. This probably will work. However, it's not like a correct solution. Ah, no, it's still doing it. Oh, I didn't do it here. I didn't do it there. Whoops, my bad. God, I'm gonna be so happy when we don't have to deal with this shit anymore. Oh man, this is gonna be so sick. Okay, so that obviously didn't work. So let's just go back and admit that we were wrong there. Chunk world size times 5. Does a chunk ever get... Yeah, I mean, we could probably do like a larger thing to do it. Just in case it somehow goes over 1, which I highly doubt it would ever go over 1. But I guess it's technically possible. I wonder if our within frustum is even working, dude. Like, do our planes take into account like it does take into account the proj view. And we definitely did this the right way. It was not supposed to be row major, right? We're definitely correct to go column major, right? Just making sure. Yeah, I feel like, yeah. Yeah, that's not correct, obviously. I didn't make a typo here. These are all correct. And this is absolutely correct. Maybe I should just add an epsilon to the max and min when I do that. I do min and max here, but what if I just add some... Like, what if I add another min offset? Just another offset to it, just to see. I have a feeling that we may be... Those planes might end up not being within frustum. Or not the planes, those chunks might be... might blink out of frustum range. Okay. Well, that obviously didn't work. And now we're lagging the fuck out. Maybe the frustum weight needs to just come up even more. Maybe it just needs to dominate it completely. Whoa, whoa, what the fuck did I just do? Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh shit. Oh, I entered the... Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh, okay, run that back, run that back. I pressed tab, which is supposed to do something, something else that isn't a thing anymore. Oh my god, did that just fix it? No. It feels a lot better. Oh, there was that right there. Yeah, it's still doing it. Our encoding is overloaded. Fuck. Me trying to do 1080p, it just isn't going well right now. How's dustmite? I'm good. I'm good. How are you doing? Are you doing any recursion lately? Any recursion? Maybe we'll just do this. Maybe we'll just add instead of doing that. Maybe we'll just add. I'm fucked with backtracking. Oh, the backtracking. Oh yeah. I've done a backtracking algorithm for Sudoku solving. That was fun. I can't really remember it, to be honest, but it's not that bad. I can't really remember what you have to do it though. You just have to return back every time. Okay, so we have to... So all of those that just flickered, we have to go see. Why is it not telling us when we make a new mesh? I need to know when we make new meshes. Why is it not telling us when we make new meshes? Creating a new mesh with 60, 132, 24. Do we 24 1 2012 60 36 1 2012 48 1 2012 132 24 72 120 24 24 132 12 24 120 12. I like to try Minimax, and then I yeah, this backtracking is cool. There's some great videos on it for Sudoku solving. You should definitely check out a video for you. 24 120 12 God fucking damn it. What? Where is this? 24 144 12 60 120 12 60 144 12. Is that it? 60 144 12? No, 24 144 12. There it is. Okay, so here's one that we repeated. 24 144 12 with a score of 6.65. 6.8. And in the free list for this, so this is 1. This was LOD level of 1. In the free list, we have all of them are within Frustum. Except for these. All of these are free. All of these are free. 6.8. This is all free to do. So this 24 144 12 is 6.6. And here it is. 6.7, and it gets replaced, and that's why we calculate it again here. 60 144 12. Sweden won against Poland in soccer in the most stupid way. What happened? 60 144 12 is here. No, it's all the way. Where is it? Is it not on the free list? $60 144, but where the fuck is it? $11 1 61. Oh, wait. 24 144 12 or 61 20 120 12. Which one is it? Oh, 24 144 12. 6.65. Oh, I was looking at the wrong one. 24 144 12. Twenty-four 144 12. 6.665. But it's third on the list. And anyway, we only do a Poland made mistakes and Sweden faked default. That is lame. That is very lame. What do you think, Dustmite? Should I look at other people's code? See people talk about it as a cheat. For a backtracking algorithm, you should look at videos. There's a few really good videos. Look up there's a video on Sudoku solving, backtracking. Look it up. Just like look up Sudoku solver backtracking on YouTube and you'll find it. That's what I would recommend for this, in this case. So there are, it's third LOD level. And 24 144 12. 24 144 12. Is it going up in LOD level? No, it's 3. And it was 3 before. Is it on the free list? 24 144. No. No, it's not. Oh, it is. It is. It's at 6.666. That's how cursed it is. So why, how does it? So it doesn't, so, Night night. All right, peace out. Have a good night. Thanks for the support and stuff. I appreciate that a lot. Yeah, I'm kind of locked in here. Sorry. What is the difference between Visual Studio 2026 and Visual Studio 2008? Probably a lot. I haven't used Visual Studio since like 2014. When I was like learning to code. So I don't really know actually. I'm sure they've got like a lot of like tools for like company sort of development, you know? I feel like that's probably what a big part of the difference. Also, Visual Studio 2008 doesn't really have syntax highlighting. It kind of does, but not really. So, there's a lot of things probably. Like IntelliSense is probably better. Visual Studio 2008, you don't really have LSP, so probably a lot. I think for most people, Visual Studio 2008 is probably like unusable, but for me, I found it fine. I found it completely fine. I found it completely fine. Okay, so apparently we are emitting the same thing twice. So this 24, 144, 12 is on the free list, and we still emit it. We still emit it. And we emit it probably into this slot. Do we have two of them? How do we not have two? 24, 144, 12. How do we not have two? Oh, we do have two. We do have two. We have two chunks with exactly the same position. At the same LOD level. Shit. Shit. The chunk ID stays the same. You hate the updates of the 2026? Yeah. I mean, you could probably downgrade, right? They have probably like you can go back to 2018, right? I would imagine. Maybe the min and maxes aren't getting set. Maybe the min and maxes aren't getting set. See, we set it to job data here. We also don't really set, fuck off. Sorry, I just got really mad. It's annoying. I hate it when it does that. It's so annoying. That's the one thing about Helix that I hate, is why is this, like, if you do this manually, then why can't it just like do a new line? Like, this is disgusting why that's the thing. Like what is that, dude? What is that? I don't know. Like, just fucking copy and paste it, like whatever. We should assert that this is not free. Or maybe it has something to do with checking against children. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's the same thing. No, that isn't the same thing. That isn't the same thing. Let's see if that fixes it. As per usual, simply fucking logging the entire project into the terminal is the way to go, as per usual. It just glitched out like that again. The fuck was that? Alright, so this one's 120, 84, 60. With the freeze, we don't have that many freeze here. So 120, 84, 60. Okay, so this would end up slotting into 132, 84, 60. Which it does. 120, 84, 60. And then it gets replaced by 132, 84, 60, which it just replaced. Okay, well, 686, 120, 84, 60, 132, 84, 60 with this, but 120, 84, 60 now has this score. Okay, so they're not matching up. They're not matching up. Huh. The distance is wrong. The distance is wrong. 120, 84, 60. 132, 84, 60 has 6.22. But over here, the 132, 84, 60 has 6.86. So it's closer when it's chunk pause than when it has the free data center. The job data always gets center equals chunk pause. Always. And that chunk pause is what's used to store into the center. Because we set it explicitly to job data J. This is weird. Let's actually look at the jobs themselves. I mean, this doesn't actually tell us anything. I'm back. I think there are a lot of hard-coded numbers there, and it makes the code less readable. You gotta remember what they mean all the time. Yeah, it's not that. It's not that. I mean, maybe it doesn't seem like it makes sense to like an outside viewer, but The center is not the same. How could the center not be the same? Huh. The center is not the same. Because it fluctuates between levels. 132.84.60 at 6.8, and then when it's 132.84.60 on the free list, it's 6.822. And the score would not change during one frame like that. One eight eight. Huh. Why do you think the numbers don't match? Because they don't. This is 6.86, and then when it's on the free list, it's 6.22. 132.84.60 is the same chunk as this. This is one frame later. The number goes down to 622, which makes it lower than everything else, which then makes it get replaced immediately. That's the problem. That this number should be 6.8 like everything else. The fact that it goes down makes it immediately get replaced, and that's what the flickering is that it gets emitted at 6.86, and then we log it at 6.22, and then it gets overwritten by this with the 6.86, when they should be at exactly the same amount. And I have no clue how the hell that could happen, to be honest. We could assert it, but we already do this. Huh. Maybe. Maybe this. We just assert it both times. Because the job data, by the way, has center in it. That's why we're setting it. It has center, the min, and the max, right? But I need to make sure that. So if we're going upwards, then this is going to be the old one. So just to be safe, let's just do each field by hand. Just to be safe. Absolutely necessary for it to be by hand, because we need to make sure I did it backwards. And we should do the same thing here. We can optimize it later, but let's just do it for safety. The whole point of job data being a chunk data same struct is for us to just be able to copy it real fast like that, but let's not even do it anymore. Let's not copy the struct. Let's just literally do it manually because it's way cleaner. Is there anything else that we need from job data though? I don't think so. Okay, let's see if that helps us out at all. But yeah, it is bizarre because it's only one of them. It's only one of them every time that that gets truncated down. Maybe it was just a bug with copying the struct. It's not what we were supposed to be doing there. Okay. Okay. Oh no, it just did it again. It just did it again. So let's log it again. 180, 84, 32. 180, 84, 48. 180, 84, 48. 6.85. And it appears at 6.31. 180, 84, 48. 180, 84, 48. 6.85. That is bizarre. Job data J has to be correct, right? Because we use job index after we sort. And we set index to job count. And the thing is, if chunk pause was incorrect at any point, then we would know. Because it would tell us here, it would like show that the position of the chunk is different. So the position is the same, the score just comes out different. And the only thing I could think of, right, is that it's about frustum, right? That's what I was thinking. Like, oh, what if it exits the view frustum, and then that's why it has a less score, but it would have barely less, just a tiny little bit less. So our camera position is 114.72 0.5. 114.72 0.6. Would that really cause that amount of a change? And then 114.72 0.47. $180, 84, 48. 6.8. 6.8, and every time it's on the free list, it's 6.3. The only way that we can test this is by actually printing out dist for each center, even though I hate having to do this, but that's just gonna like print out so much that it's ridiculous. But really there's no way for me to debug this otherwise. I have to know if the distance itself is wrong somehow. If somehow, I don't know. We also have to print out weight. Now the problem is, this is going to print out so much that it's going to be ridiculous, but there's really no way for us to do it otherwise. We want the we need the index so that we can make sure that it's the same chunk, because if the center is different, then we need to know. Okay, let's track it down, I guess. It's gonna get harder and harder to see through the debug since there's so many lines, but that's what we have to do. No other way to figure it out at this point. No way. No way to figure it out. Okay, so it's happening a lot less now, but it still is without a doubt happening. I could change the water level to make it more obvious, actually, but alright, there it happens. So we have to check here. So we have to check the meshes. Where did we create a mesh? Creating new mesh 156 84 12. 156, 132, 60, 168, 132, 60. Okay, I don't see it. I just don't see it. 168, 72, 12, 168, 180, 96, 60. 204, 96, 180, 108. $204, 108. No. 204, 96. 192, 216. 216, 120, 60. 216, 96, 60. 216, 108, 60. Okay, there we go. 216, 96, 60. The 216, 108, 60? I think that's further down. Or maybe. Yeah, it's all the way down here. So that doesn't. I don't think that really counts. That's like 4 frames in the middle. I need a better example. I need a better example. So. I need a better example here. Yeah, it's very hard to read the debug output now, but there it is. So let's look at the numbers. 72, 36. There's a lot here. 72, 24, 48. 72, 48, 60. 96, 96, 84. 84, 84. 84, 24, 48. 84, 48, 60. -84, -48 for -48. That's it. Maybe never mind. No, it's 96. $96, 36, 60. $84, 60, 60. Oh my god. This is driving me crazy. $84, 24, 48. $96, 60, 60, 96, 48, 48. $96, 60, 60. So it's 2 frames apart. I don't know. 96, 60, 60, 96, 60, 60. So it's 2 frames apart. I don't know. It still shouldn't. So 6.72 compared to compared to 6.72, so that's correct. So 96, 60, 60. So let's look at the list and then try and find it. 96, 60, 60. So 6.12 it comes in at. So let's try and find it. 96, 96, 60, 60. With a dist of 104. 104,732. That's not physically possible. That's not physically possible. Or maybe it is. 85? $72.12. But it's not like... Huh. Okay. So it really is split into two camps. It is these that get the low score and these that get really far distances. So I wonder if we just like calculate this on a calculator and see. Am I just calculating distance improperly? I mean, like, seriously. I mean, I'm subtracting and then taking the length, but maybe... No, that is correct. That's the same thing. It's the same thing as what I'm doing. But it's weird because that's the same thing everywhere. It's either a 6.6 or a 6 point or under. What's the difference? I mean, I'm definitely calculating distance right. These aren't in frustum, so that's why. 3433. So it gets overwritten here, 96, 60, 60, right? Or is it somewhere else? Yeah, it's here. It gets overwritten because it's the first one here. And what it gets replaced with has very high priority, 6.7. But 6.7 is exactly what 96, 60, 60 has when it comes back in. So maybe the problem isn't there, it's where we do the jobs. This is the exact same thing, right? This has to be the exact same thing. Yeah, it is. Okay. We do this twice. All right, well, I mean, let's just do the same printout then for this, I guess. Like, there's no... This is driving me crazy. I guess chunk pause isn't exactly the same, even though it should be. This has to be job count, I think. It's the only way for us to check it. And if we do that, then our jobs on the other side where we do this, we need oh, J already is the job count. So we already have an index back into it, but oh my god, I fucking... That is annoying. That is annoying. Okay. I feel like we're gonna... I know what we're gonna see, you know? I feel like we know what we're gonna see, and I still don't understand why this is happening. So, yeah. It did it there, but I wasn't fast enough to catch it. There. Okay. Oh, jeez. This is ridiculous now to look through. Oh, God. This is ridiculous to look through now. 72, 72. Let's hope that's it. 120. 108. 84. I thought I caught this one good. I guess not. Unless I just skipped over it. I guess it's possible I skipped it, but God, this sucks. I mean, I saw 72, 72 here, but we don't have a match. It's 120, 108, 108. Maybe it wasn't a new chunk that got replaced. Maybe it just looked like it. $72, $72, and then this one ends up getting replaced here with no 128, 108, and then it gets replaced 72, 72. And it gets yoinked, not on this frame, but on the previous frame here, 72, 72, 0. At 1, it gets replaced. It has negative 99. It is negative 99. So that means that it was over here. It was freed. And the only way to free something here is here. So this must not have been a child ID for this to get freed. This has to be a non-child. So somewhere in ID 0 is not correct. God fucking damn it. God fucking damn it. Okay, get rid of this. Get rid of that. That shouldn't be it though. Okay, so here what I'm doing is I'm clamping it to within one of the LOD of the matching thing. The reason why is because I think if somehow it does jump 2 levels in a frame, that could fuck up everything. That would fuck up literally everything. So clamping it between L+1 and L-1 makes a lot of sense to me. Okay, it's still happening, of course. That's not the main bug. I'm not even sure if the main bug is a bug. Okay, now it's just not. Maybe that was the bug. And now it's just... Okay. So hold on. This now... We can't do LOD... Okay, so what does that mean? We were running out of chunks, basically. We changed this here. Which this makes sense. Why would this not work? Why would that not work? Why would that not work? Maybe we should stop biasing this now. The jobs LOD is 100% that same LOD. Yeah, sorry, I'm a bit quiet today. I'm just thinking really hard about this, so that was really fucking annoying that just happened. My bad, I pressed U instead of I, like, what is that? What? 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 That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Alright, we're gonna pretend like that didn't happen. What? What is that? What? What? Huh? What the fuck are you talking? Wait, why? How did I do that? That's crazy. How have I not hit that before? I mean, I know what that is because I made a video on Helix, but I did not know that it did that sometimes. That's crazy. That is crazy. It's fucking insane. I have no clue how to even like debug this now. I made something that should have been true a thing, and now are we just gonna crash right now? Yes. The assertion instantly fails. I'm losing my mind because how does the assertion fail? I mean, at this point, like, what? How does the assertion fail? Which assertion failed? That is the question. Okay, so you're telling me it becomes +2? How could it become +2? If it gets in here, then it breaks out. I'm losing it. I'm like down a fucking rabbit hole right now of like nonsense. Like, this is ridiculous. We're spending the entire day in this one fucking file. I'm starting to get a bit annoyed with it, to be honest. It's starting to really wear me down. It is starting to wear me down. Oh, fucking Christ. Oh, fucking Christ, man. Just keep the asserts there, I guess. Fucking stop. Oh, man. This is such a bummer. This is such a goddamn bummer. Okay, now give me LOD 3 or LOD 0. Like how? I mean, literally all we can do is fucking print out the LOD at the top and then see if it somehow is increasing here. It should always break out here. It should always break out here. Set out of space and then it continues. It should never hit this. Never. 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 If I had to guess, it's somewhere up here is the problem. But I guess I need to check. Ah. LOD 3 was, yeah, it's LOD 3 before. And then RLOD is 0. Unless... hold on a second. If not jobs active, continue. Zero means that it's probably uninitialized, to be honest. Zero probably means that it's uninitialized. Huh. I guess the way that we could prove it actually is by asserting. Let's assert that LOD equals job data j dot LOD. That would mean that our jobs are pointing to the wrong data. Assertion failed. In what case would the job data LOD not let's try not fucking, I guess, queue sorting them? Like, what are we talking about at this point? It's still assertion fails. I mean, this is insane now. This is just fucking insane. Wait, how in the world? Wait, what? I mean, I'm gonna lose it. How? They're parallel arrays. They exist in parallel. They exist in parallel. What? God, today fucking sucks. What are you talking about? Okay, like, how? Oh, because I didn't comment that out. That's how. But I mean, they're set to the exact same LOD level. Where's the printout for it's this printout. So we saw LOD 1, but we didn't get to see it because it didn't fail this. It failed the other one. If it's 1, then it had to be 2. We are using job data J though. And J apparently doesn't work. This breaks. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna memset these arrays manually. I don't know. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Wait. No, this is a chunk score. This is a chunk score. Okay, I almost fucking had a moment there. Thinking that, yeah, that would have been really funny, but no, it's not. It's not that. I have the right type. Yeah, I'm trying to think like any way this could iterate that this would be wrong, but there's actually no way. There's no way that it could iterate to be wrong. There's literally no way. Jobs must be not initialized to 0. That's the only way. It's literally the only way. Assertion failed. Okay, you know what we're gonna fucking do at this point? Yeah, sorry, I'm getting pissed off. Here's what we're gonna do at this point. I'm going to print out before and after we sort. I kind of have a feeling at this point that that something is breaking internally. But actually, this actually still doesn't work with just using J raw from the index. It's an LOD of 2. And J should always be, unless J is like a polluted namespace, I don't think it is. This jobs I index should always be job count. Like exactly what is indexing this? So what the fuck is the problem? Like what? Like I'm starting to lose it. I mean, like, is there something that I'm just not seeing? If I get rid of this, does it work? Does it just work if I get rid of this? Because like, if so, then fuck you, I guess. Like I don't. No, it doesn't work. It still doesn't work. Job count starts at 0, right? Yeah. We gotta make sure that this starts at 0 here, okay? See this conversation of is programmed for smart people or can a normal guy do it? I think that programming is for especially not smart people. I think smart people ruin programming. That's my fucking take. My take is that programming should have never become a white collar job. It should have been a craftsmanship sort of thing. The fucking government wants you to think that programming is for smart people in suits and shit. It's not. It is not. I'm not even multi-threading this, so like it's not. It literally like, it just doesn't make any goddamn sense. I don't know. Like, this and this are the like, am I fucking crazy or like, like what? Like what? The fuck? Like I feel like, what the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I need to see where they diverge, I guess. Like what? Maybe I'm like corrupting the stack somehow. Maybe I'm corrupting the stack or something. That's my new theory. Like it's the only way that this could be happening, is that we're indexing something out of bounds and therefore Job data only has 3s. Job data only has 3s. All the way down. Because this index. So let's see this index. Let's see what the index is. And then let's see the job data i.lod. Because apparently yeah, I think that we're corrupting the stack somehow. So that's my new theory. Like, we should really just like get rid of some of these excess arrays. But yeah. $255. What is this? What is this? What is this? Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Fuck. Oh man. Man, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Oh god damn it. Oh god damn it. Oh no. Okay, fellas, we have caught the bug red-handed. Yeah. Oh, huh. Well, I'm glad that we did all of this. I'm glad we did all of this. Oh, what? 4 hours? Nothing. That's nothing. Oh god, that's fucking tilting. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's fucking tilting. Oh, it's still doing the thing though. It's not even resolved. It's the problem. It's still doing the fucking bugging out thing. Oh, and now this is a problem. Fucking Christ. Okay, well, that wasn't the only bug apparently. We still have. I think the biggest problem right now is that our replacement chunks just aren't replacing. So everything is just low LOD, which is not ideal. That happened when I did this, by the way. That happened when I did this. I wonder if this bug with the... I think it's easy to actually see the bug because whenever we make a new chunk, it always ends up lower on the list than it was intended. It's hard to find any things though. We might have to run it again to catch it. I also got rid of the free list debugging. Yeah, let's print out the free list again because that's kind of important. Actually, it's like probably the most important part of our debug. I think we just aren't getting freeze anymore. See, in the beginning it looks fine, and then eventually we just stop. Yeah, we eventually just run out of geometry like this. Oh, that was a little bit there. Alright, let's see it. Okay, so we make a new thing. Oh, did I remove? Oh, fuck. Oh, I got rid of this so that we can't even look at it. My bad. My bad. My bad. God, I can't wait till we're done with this. That's all I can think about right now. That's what I've been thinking about for like the past like 30 minutes. I've just been like, man, this is gonna be so sick when I can work on something else. Like seriously. That's how I genuinely feel right now. It's like, it's gonna be so awesome to 48, 72, 12, 60, 96. 72, 84, 12. 48, 84, 12. 60, 96, 12. 72, 84, 12. 48, 96, 12. Maybe it was that. 48, 96, 12. There's a lot of frames in the middle though. 72, 84, 12. God damn it. $72, 84, 12. I think that has to be it. And 284, 12. Yeah, it has to be it, but it's we're creating it over. We're creating the same thing over the same thing. It has 6.85. And it got freed. So this is a different slot, and it said LOD 0. So I don't really see how it got freed. 72, 84, 12. It was freed. How did it get free? Oh. That's how. $22, 1. $6.85. Okay, well, that's really close. I feel like actually I was correct to do this. Like that would probably help a little bit with it. But it's still not going to solve whatever problem we have. Let's try. Try that. Let's try only replacing children when we are explicitly not replacing, because if we're replacing, I don't know. No, probably not. That's probably not correct. Yeah, we're out of geometry now. We are not replacing. We're not replacing our new chunks, or, well, these are actually on the free list. They just aren't getting replaced by jobs. $60.72. With a dist of 2 and a very large W. How's that not replacing anything? 60.72. 60.72 0. Oh, because it already exists, I suppose. But it has an LOD of 2. Oh. But there are no LOD 1 slots. Oh. Fuck. Ah, shit. Oh, it's gonna get complicated now. Okay. Okay, it's gonna get complicated now. Okay, so we need to have We need that. Because now the LODs are gonna be the LODs are gonna not be within one of each other. I don't understand how we're running out of 1 slots though. Like, how do we run out of slots at LOD 1? It is 24. I feel like that has to be the bug. Like, we have no 1 slots. How do we have no slots at 1? That has to be the bug. Let's not commit to whatever I was about to do. Let's not commit to that yet. I think that there's a bug beyond that. There's still a bug beyond that. Somehow one, it becomes all parents or non-freeze. And our replacement LED is definitely correct now. It happened when I did this, was when we started seeing the bug. If we were going to update the LOD level, then we clamp it between -1 and 1, and then if we find a slot, naturally I think we're finding slots at 1, so we find a slot at 1, pass this, and then hit here. We aren't replacing, so we don't do this. But if we did do this, then we would take K, and then... Okay, you do want to do this. You do absolutely want to do that. You do absolutely want to do that. Let's commit to the ID 1. Even though we don't use it. Oh, actually, that's not correct. Oh, actually, yeah, it is. We can assert this to dot free equals false. The child is false, and then we always make a child. Oh, I think we're conceptually doing it wrong. I think we're conceptually doing this wrong. Hold on a second. This should never be the child. This should never be the child. No, because we only look for parents. And so if this becomes the child, then we eventually are always going to run out of room. Okay. So instead, K is always the parent. If replacement LOD is higher than where we're ending up, we need to keep that one, make it the parent, which is what we're doing here. But then LODK okay. I think we need another list for children. I think we need another free list for children. Because this needs to find, if we are going LOD plus 1, right, then our parent now becomes this, but we need to find a child, not another parent. No. 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 No, we can't find another child because then we would be killing another parent. But I can see how this would be a problem. Because we're replacing a child. Oh, hold on a second. We are never killing the replacement index's parent. Okay. So we are circling around to this being the correct thing here. We need to kill the parent of this. So let's do this here. So this is why we need ID1 to give us the parent. Okay, so if this is a child, which it should absolutely be a child 100% of the time. If it isn't, then something is wrong, but let's just put it here anyway. If it is a child, then we need to find the parents, which should be ID1. And then Uh, okay. I think that should be it, actually. We need ID1 everywhere, though. ID1 is necessary. Everything needs an ID1. For this very reason. Okay. Okay, lock in, because we're about to be done with this. I didn't really figure that out until later, that for a child to become a parent, they need to kill their previous parent. Ah, shit. Now the same bug is happening. We're just out of room. At 1, once again, 1 has no room. And 2 basically have no room. Shit. Why? Why are they running out of space? I don't know. I have an idea though. If this has... If old ID 0 has... is -1, then what do we do then? then we need to search for a child. God, this is a fucking mess. Yeah, I mean, unless we don't set ID 0 to -1 ever, we just leave it, have natural links throughout the chain, but don't think that that's gonna fucking work. Yeah, that was originally the idea, is you just don't set these to -1 and shit. ID 1 should always be set to something, but you let these have a natural sort of thing throughout the thing, and then you don't ever set this for that reason. Holy shit, did we do it? And by we, I mean me. I'm sorry, you sometimes get some credit because I say we, and but this time I'm not letting that slip. I mean, this one's me, so I'm taking the credit. I think by golly, I think I did it. Okay, well, yeah, let's never fucking do this ever again. Okay, let's just never do this shit ever again. Okay, I think we can agree that this was really fucking annoying, and I'm so happy that it's over. It is all over, and we no longer have to suffer and sit here and suffer any longer. Very cool. Holy shit, he's fucking doing it sideways. Holy shit, he's doing it sideways. What the hell, he's doing it sideways. Admin, he's doing it sideways. What? Oh shit. Bro, are you serious? It did it again. Oh fuck. Dude, I thought we were done. Now it's doing the thing again where we lost. Ah, shit. We just lost all the slots at 1, and we only have slots at 3 and 0 and 2. Again, it's 1, that's the problem. God, but it's so close to being correct, man. Is there any place where I hit ID 0 to -1? There is on the initialization I do, but that's those are just the chunks that are supposed to be children. These are supposed to be children, by the way. So that's why. Or actually, they're actually supposed to be non-children, actually. And these are supposed to be the explicit children. The ones that we link in the array. I kind of want to assert old ID 0 is never a -1. A dirt. We can do a bit of an assert there. Trying to think, like, based on the symptom of 1 being specifically that we get filled up in 1. What could the problem be? The strange thing is that they never appear on the thing. So that must mean that they are children. That must mean that they have to all become children. And for them to all become children, that must mean that 0, that there are children without parents. So huh? God, I thought that it was over. I thought that we were finished with this shit. There's a hole in my logic somewhere that's making the children without parents. Maybe it's... Maybe somehow the ID 0 isn't -1 and then that's the problem. ID 0 because the Java placement index. this is a child. It should always be a child, technically. This, I guess all we can do is log it. I mean, like, I hate to do it, but hey, what's up, Max? Yeah, I have to log it. Can I just like copy this basically? Just without the dist and the weight. Yeah, what I'm doing right now is just fucking annoying. Basically, there are chunks that just they are children without parents, I'm pretty sure. We need to see chunk data li dot id 0 and data li dot id 1. Okay, let's log it. We're so close to working. This is like so close to working. It's like all of the bugs are now ironed out, except for this like tiny thing that causes big problems the longer the program runs, because we are running out of slots. Very complicated logic for this to work. Oh. Assertion failed. Well, that's not good. Well, that might have something to do with it, huh? Okay. That's fucking weird, actually. That's actually very strange, because also this is cursed. This is very strange. This should never be -1 unless it's how does IDU 0 never gets set to -1 unless K is -1 here. It's initialized to -1, but Okay, this is complicated. This was always complicated here. But... Oh, wait a second. It's supposed to be L plus 1. I wrote this a long time ago and then I never thought about it, but okay, so okay. Okay, so you don't want to set isChild here because the children here can also be parents on the next iteration. These would end up being the parents of the next children, and that's how the loop needs to go. How are we doing? I'm doing all right. We're doing some very complicated logic, so I haven't been talking a lot, to be honest. I've just been kind of trying to figure it out. It's not very simple, the logic today. There's a lot of it's basically like kind of single parent or single child binary tree sort of thing, which sounds like you're just going straight down, but sometimes you aren't going straight down. Sometimes we're swapping parents around and stuff. So assertion still fails. Oh, this should go to LOD max also. This looks a bit weird, but what we're doing here is we are iterating over the entire thing again and then doing linking from child to parent within the thing. The tricky part, I guess, is that ID 0 gets... We don't overwrite it somehow? Even though we start at I, we iterate over the whole thing? Of course, you're thinking like LOD max, right? Because we start one earlier, but we would never get into that thing in that case because of this. If LOD plus 1 is less than LOD max. So we would never get in there, so that's very confusing. Because we never set... Unless somehow ID 1 becomes... Unless somehow ID 1 becomes ID 0, which I highly doubt that's happening. In what other scenario would this... We aren't printing out the correct thing also. I need to do that. Oh, it's not, oh, it's... Obviously we should be printing out, oh, we don't have it in freeze is the problem. We need to be printing out everything, so We should just literally have this up here for now. With ID 0 and ID 1. I need to know. Oh, I also need to know LOD. I need to know which ones are giving us a problem. If it's at the bottom of the tree or at the top. At the top of the tree. How did you do a test, Max? Was that am I misremembering that? Did it go well? I hope that school is going well for you. I live vicariously, you know what I mean? Since I don't have it. So this is ID 1. That's oh fuck. Oh shit. They're negative. Bro. What test? I don't know. Maybe I think it was somebody else that had a test, so I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Is it offset minus I? It's offset minus I. It's offset minus I, not I minus offset. Yeah. Or it's offset plus I. It's offset plus I. Alright, so that was wrong since the beginning of the day. I just didn't really think too much about it. I thought it's probably another guy. My bad. My bad, Mo. No tests? Well, that's good. I hate tests. I have bad memories about tests all the time. Not even testing my code. Yeah, fuck testing the code, man. Just let it run, and then if the bugs happen, then you didn't know. You didn't know anything better. I'm just a little dustmite. I don't know anything. Alright. So we figured out all the bugs now. It only took us like collectively like probably 9 hours to fucking figure out this one function. And you know what? I'm never doing it again. That's for sure. Oh no, it's still doing it. No, you fucking bastard. Oh, you rat bastard. Oh, it's still doing it. It is still doing it. We have run out of slots at 1, at LOD 1. And so it's like this now. Oh, man. You hate to see it. You hate to fucking see it, dude. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Alright, so we have unfreed index 1. So these are all of these guys. We don't like them. Is that the origin of my channel name? What? What did I just say? What did I just say? The origin of my channel name is actually my my World of Warcraft warrior. Was named Dustmite, and so that's the origin of my channel name. Little lore there, lore drop for you. 24, 25. Believe it or not, these all have unique indices, which is you love to see. Ah, I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. Look at this. We got the same old little child there. We got the same little child there. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. That just sucks. And so all of these are unfreed, meaning that they are children. That they are children. All of these are children. With 0, 0, 1, 6, 6. So their parents have abandoned them. So that's not cool. That's not very cool. So we got 10, 2, 17, 3, 20, 19, 6, 12. Those are the real ones. And the rest are pretenders to the throne. Shit, man. It seems like 2 works because 2 has a lot of negative ones, which is good because that means that they don't have parents, which makes sense, right? That makes sense. Like half of them should be -1. And then you go to 1 to LOD 1 and it's got nothing. It's got nothing but net. I mean, where are the -1s, bro? They're all children. They're all children. You hate to see it. You hate to goddamn see it. This has to be correct, though. Yeah, this is correct now. It was not correct before. It's not correct before, but now it's correct. Why LOD 1? Why is it 1? That's the problem. That's what I'm trying to understand. Why is it LOD 1? Maybe we don't do this. Maybe we don't do this. Because everything should already have a logical link. Everything should already have a logical link. Or no, don't we only have to do that now when it's a when it's this, when we're doing this? It's also pretty tricky what I'm doing right now because all of the chunks are supposed to be for parents only. So when we are searching for chunks, we are only using parents, which means that if we run out of parents, then the whole thing falls apart, which is what's happening here. But the way I designed it, everything should have a logical parent always. Everything should always have one parent and one child. Or no parent and one child. But everything needs to have a child. Maybe I should make a B-hop game. A B-hop game? And then sell it on Steam for $1 billion? And then become like rich and famous from my B-hop game. Alright, it broke again. That's what we were waiting for. Love to see it. See, we run out of ones. Ones all have ID 1s of 0. All of ID 1s of 0. All the ones that should be free. Oh, ID 1s of 0. So we go up in LOD from 1, and then we set ID 1 to K. And then ID 0 should keep its thing, which it does. Now they look all unique now. Yeah. But ID 1 equals K. ID 0 equals the replacement index, and the replacement index equals K. So we go into here, we replace it with that, but then we don't free the other one. We don't free the old ID 0, I guess. And that's the problem. That we don't do the equivalent of this on the upwards thing. That makes a modicum of sense. That's what I'll say. It makes a modicum of sense. If not LODK equals 0 equals child. It's dot ID 0 is child. If well, first of all, you got to do the precursor to this, where it's LOD minus 1 is greater than or equal to 0, right? Yeah. No. You're going plus 1, 100%. Then you do this. Absolutely. So now you're checking if chunk data LOD plus 1, and then you're doing the ID 0 here. You want to get this. This is dude, honestly, the B-hop game idea isn't a bad idea at all. I could legit make $1 million. You're adding the 1 to make it always positive. So to explain what's happening here, this check basically says that we are replacing a chunk with a higher or lower LOD value, right? So that's what this is. At the end of all of this fucking logic, right? This is, we are either replacing a chunk or we are changing it, okay? So let's say we are going down an LOD, which means that we have more detail. What we need to do now is we need to look at where we're going and see if there is a child that is already connected to that parent, and we need to get rid of it. So that's basically what we're doing. Now, is it very obvious, any of this? No. But we are doing it. We are doing it. We need to make sure that this is the replacement LOD. We already have the LOD max thing already, so we don't have to worry about that. Get rid of the child? Yeah, fucking kill the child, bro. I'm sorry. That's a joke. That's a joke. That's a joke. I'm talking about binary trees, YouTube. You don't understand. You just don't understand. Pause, gang. Okay, so we need to go to LOD +1. And then C dot ID1. Wait, no. No. Hell no. No. We are not doing that. We are just killing this. We are getting rid of the child. We don't have to go to the parent of the child. No. We are in the parent of the child. So we just do is child equals false, and then just set it to free. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. But I feel like that has to be it. You gotta lock in for this one. Gotta lock it in. I should have set ID1 to -1. Probably. Okay, well, no obvious bugs yet. I hate all the obvious bugs, you know? Those are the ones that I'm very hard on. It's the worst when you have a bug like this where you have to like play around with it for like 5 minutes to even check if you fix the bug. As this special space in hell for these types of bugs, you know what I mean? Shout out hell. Shout out Hellraiser, bro. What do you know about Clive Barker, bro? Shout out Clive Barker. Did I fix it? Kind of holding my breath. With bated breath or whatever the hell that means. Did anybody notice that I'm 1080p today? Hell yeah. Only barely 1080p. I think I fixed the bug. Hell yeah. Woo! Do you think I could be a millionaire if I tried? Maybe I just need to get on my grind. Grind set, you know? Oh, hell no. Bro, it took like 20 minutes this time. No. Fuck. God fucking damn it. No, it did it again. Fuck. Oh, you fucking bastard. Alright, let's take a look. Yeah, we got a bunch going on too. Fuck. Bro, I thought I had it. I thought I had it. I thought I had it, man. The fuck is wrong with me? I'm supposed to be doing -1 there. But I doubt that that's the bug, but yeah. Alright, peace out, Max. Thanks for stopping by. If I'm doing that over there, then it's actually guaranteed for this to happen anyway, so it's completely redundant to have that over there. I'm guessing that we end up going from LOD 1 to LOD 0, and then we aren't killing the other ones, the ones that were there beforehand. But we should be doing it here, obviously. We get ID 0 and then we clear it out. Obviously you have to check that, but I don't think that that's the bug. Maybe we don't even check if it's a child. Maybe we just fucking free it then. For good measure, we should also clear the links for this for ID1 equals -1 so that we don't do it again or something. ID0 we want to keep because we need the downward links for the tree, but ID1 we should always be negating. I should move this out here. We don't touch ID0 anywhere else. Alright, let's give this one a shot with the ID1 setup. I think ID1 might actually be the key to all of this because this this relies on ID1, but ID1 is kind of sketchy the way that we work with it. Yeah, I should probably set it to have less LODs, less spots per LOD so that we can get the error faster. Because this takes forever to replicate the bug. Although it's already happening here. You see that there's one slot? There's one free slot. Look at all of them. See? 0, 0, 0. They all have the same ID1. Let's actually only print out these. To make it absolutely clear. Oh, also, if we're doing this one, doesn't this one need to be free too? The children of that? Yeah, it does. So this one goes into the parent, but we need one that goes into the child for this one. So it's the opposite of what we're doing. So this would be .id0 doesn't equal -1, and the replacement LOD is greater than 0. Hey, what's up, Isareth? How are you doing? Today it's like very complicated logic what I'm working on, so I haven't been talking a lot, but yeah. I've just been trying to keep in the zone. We're not writing like a lot of code, it's just like kind of thinking through it. It's basically like, we're basically doing like a weird tree kind of structure for these chunks that's kind of complicated. So this replacement index would have been a parent. That's the key. So this is, we're looking for .id0 doesn't equal 1. Doesn't equal -1. Yeah, that's fine. And we're looking from a parent going downwards, so this is actually going to be, I think let's just do LOD because we're about to go +1. So yeah, because we're gonna go look at the child. Doing great. Crazy few days, totally of my own volition, really? What have you been up to? That sounds crazy. That does sound a bit insane. Yeah, let's just do C here, because that's what it's supposed to be. And we already are checking for this, so let's just put this within the same thing, because it turns out that this is the exact same thing. So this is going to be +1. Yeah, we're going by the replacement LOD because that's that. So actually it's if dot replacement LOD +1 is less than LOD max that we go through. There we go. New keyboard split instead of Gen 2. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I've never really looked into Gen 2. It just seems like a pain. It seems cool, but I don't know. I feel like I would probably fuck something up, to be honest. I don't know. I like stuff that just, I don't know, just works. Like, my favorite experience so far has really been Debian. Like, it's just kind of like, it just kind of like works, you know, like it just kind of, it's kind of crazy to me when I did it, but yeah. But I think that Gen 2 seems cool in like the sense that it's it's intricate, you know, the setup and stuff. I'm sure that there's like a lot of things that you can do with it. And for split keyboards, I have no clue on that. I have just a regular keyboard. I feel like I would really enjoy the split keyboard thing. Maybe I'll try it on the next one that I try out. But yeah, so it was a lot of work and triple reading everything. Yeah, I feel like it can't be that bad, you know. Like, I was gonna try Void Linux too, and I think it's like, you know, similar thing where, I mean, Gentoo is way more, but I don't know. It's something that you have to like commit to for sure. The triple read was to not nuke that. Yeah, I have no clue what the consequences are for it, I guess, if you fail. You know, I don't know. Okay, I think that we can try this one out. Yeah, this chunking system is annoying because each parent chunk needs to have a child chunk in the lower LOD, right? Because we're going to be interpolating between two meshes based on distance, so it's kind of incredibly confusing. But now that it's done, everything is just working. Well, that's cool. I mean, it's good that you didn't break anything. You said it took a day. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Or maybe you didn't say it took a day, and it's been a crazy few days, so maybe it was not just one day. But the whole thing with Linux for me is that kind of like My experience has been at least, okay, this didn't fix it. My experience has been at least like, I don't know, once you install it, it just kind of, all of the distros are kind of the same. But I don't know, maybe that's just for my use case, I guess. But yeah. Five got duplicated this time, 0 got duplicated, but mainly 5 got insanely duplicated at some point. These are just duplicated chunks, actually. That's not good. That is not good. Shit. See, these aren't duplicated, right? No, these aren't duplicated. Nah, yeah, these aren't. It's just these that get stuck. Everything is still compiled, so it takes much longer. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I heard, is that it like takes, it's not really just the preparation for it, but the actual execution. Like when you set up Arch, it doesn't actually take that long. It's just you doing the things in order. You know, it takes like, you know, an hour in total, but yeah. I have heard that like you have to like sit there and do it, you know? So it's pretty cool. I would have no clue. Probably have to read how to do it. I guess the only way I can debug this is to actually just they're all children. ID1 got set to -1. None of these have -1 ID1s. We should never be clearing parents, I think. I think that this is the problem. I think we should never be clearing parents. We need to only clear children. Clearing parents is a big problem. So if we find a K here and we are making it a child, then we're checking if this was a child, right? Because it was a child and now it's becoming a parent. We have to, we look at ID1 and then clear it. But now that parent doesn't have an ID 0 then. Yeah, that breaks the entire chain if we do that. that breaks the chain. You download binaries and you're done. The kernel compile takes about 30 minutes. I see. Yeah, it's crazy that you have to compile everything. Firefox even. That's insane. That is insane. The last time I had to compile something from scratch, I was trying this new browser out that I don't know, maybe you heard about it. It's something bird, free lady bird, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, that took like 3 hours doing the CMake thing, so maybe they have faster binaries, but yeah, compiling, when I have to compile anything from scratch that's actually like an application, it takes fucking forever. Especially, you know, if it's like one of these development things or whatever, it's like, it takes fucking forever. That's a promising browser. Yeah, honestly, I have not had good experience with it. It's just super slow on my, at least on my machine. It was kind of unusable. So maybe I did something wrong or something, but yeah, it was really unusable. But yeah, I mean, maybe it's good though. Maybe when they have a less, you know, developmenty build, it's probably gonna be good. I just want a browser that doesn't have bullshit in it, and also isn't resource hogging to the moon. Like, I hate everybody is like, oh, Chromium is so, you know, like, dude, like, honestly, a web browser should not take half of my fucking RAM. It should not. It's not that intense. It should not. Like, I don't know why that's a normalized thing now for that to be the case, but I'm sorry, but like, it's not that, it should not be that intense, man. I think that that's not only on browsers though, but for the websites themselves, like YouTube, I don't know, it's like, should not be, you know, we can definitely code things, I think, a bit better, but I don't think most people care, but I care about it. Is that ID 0? That's the is that ID 0? It is ID 0 before, so that isn't actually the parent, that's, oh no, that is the parent, right? ID 1, yeah. I want away from Google and its nonsense. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's only Google. I think, like, genuinely, so much of the, like, the internet is normalized to be bloat, you know? You know, every single goddamn thing, from Reddit to Discord to, like, any sort of, like, everything is bloat, you know? It's just, you know, the second we got Electron, I think the internet just started, I don't know, nothing is made well, nothing is programmed well, you know. So that just annoys me, that like, I can't even have like any like Firefox tabs on when I'm streaming. Like, it just, like, it's like just insane, the resource hogging, you know. It's ridiculous. So getting rid of this breaks it. There's no way for me to actually fix this. It's just because ID 0 always needs to be correct. The only thing that I could think of doing actually is looking at the K's parent and then swapping this with that parent. Okay, that's complicated, but fine. Old ID 1. It's not just Google. Yeah, exactly. Everything is Chromium, but like I think even that new Ladybird browser is Chromium, or maybe I misunderstood something, but actually I don't think it is. I don't think it was, and that's why I wanted it. But yeah, I was surprised that no one had even made you know, or I mean there have been browsers, but I mean like nothing actually serious, really. But it's built from scratch, alright. So instead of freeing this, we simply this is getting really complicated. I hate it when things get complicated like this. We need to put So we need to swap these two. Yeah, so if this is -1, so this is the top of this. So this is on the same... No, this is the child. So this is here, and then we go up. So now we're above this. So we want to set ID 0 to old ID 1. Yeah, because that's going to be on the same level. They ran into some problems because they were trying to make their own dependencies, but that just is too big of a project. I see. Yeah, well, I hope that they finish it. I don't know anything about like browser development or anything like that. I mean, but what if this already has an ID 0 is the problem? Yeah, the chain is so complicated here. But technically that should be... And then we just assert that this isn't a child. And that it has no ID 1. Because it should be a parent without a parent. Kind of realize how even more cultish the Linux users on YouTube. Lots of midwits defending Linux. What? Interesting. I mean, I'm not like defending Linux. I'm just like programming. But I mean, feel free. I mean, whatever. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I wonder what is like the reason behind the scenes why there's really no browsers in general, but yeah. That's funny though. That is funny. So then, yeah. So this is the only time we swap ID zeros. Yeah. I mean, I'm just gonna hope that that works. It's kind of hard for me to even like logically think about what's happening here and what the ramifications of this is. It's kind of difficult to understand, but I think the problem here is that everything has to be linked, pre-linked to each other. So us freeing things like this is probably not how we want to do them. We probably want to always place them back to somewhere else specific. So that's where I'm probably going wrong here. But it's kind of hard for me to think logically about this anymore. So this is ID 0, so we're going into the child. And then we're freeing the child. So if we're freeing the child, then that should be fine. It's just when we try and free the parent that's a problem. So hopefully this works. We are now, instead of freeing the parent, we're just giving it a new child. So I have no clue. We should also free that child. That's what we should do. We should give it that child and then free that child. Defending Linux. I hate Linux. I hate fucking everything. Kind of. I don't see how we're no, yeah, I mean, that guy's come before as well. He, I don't know, last time he was, like, talking about how, like, Americans are, like, so stupid for hating Bill Gates or whatever. My graphics look amazing, thanks. I appreciate that. I'm just, so what I'm testing here is eventually we're just going to run out of chunks, and we're starting to right now. But that's where the bug is. We just run out of chunks at LOD 1. Eventually, the chain just breaks. So it takes a fucking while for it to happen though. But I appreciate that. I haven't really even gotten to work on that very much. Just the past 2 days has just been this bug. Well, not this bug specifically, but a few different bugs regarding the chunking system. Like this, like a glitching in and out bug. So yeah, but you can see it on the left with the free list. The first number is the LOD levels. Yep, so here it is. We have no more slots at 1. So that's what I wanted to prove, and we have no more slots at 1. Basic color shader. Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited to work on it more. It was cool to do the water reflections. I had never done like a cube map water reflection thing, and that was like really cool. It was surprisingly, it was like very, it didn't take long at all to do it. Yeah. So this one too got duplicated like 5 times, 6 times, something like this. Yeah. So it just this one chunk got duplicated all the way down. So it's a matter of duplicating the chunks as well. Yeah, we have to free the child of this. This ID 0 is what we have to free. Oh wait, but maybe we have to also free this. Rob, are you aiming for my heart with the Wichita lineman? Seriously, where was the Wichita? What brought us to Wichita lineman? What brought us to Wichita lineman? I need you more than I want you, and I want you for all time. You missed the I, Rob. Best lyric of all time? Possibly. I think it's one of the best songs of all time. For sure. There's no doubt about it. I feel like that song is probably like the best song of all time, yeah. There's no other I. Yeah, you're right actually, Rob. Now that I just sang it in my head, you're completely right. It's I need you more than want you. Yeah, you're right. But reading it as English, it felt wrong. But yeah, you're totally right about that one. What I'm coding today is fucked up, Rob. My brain is fucking topsy-turvy, okay? It's turned inside out. I think it's gotta be this one. I think it's gotta be this. I wish that there was a way for me to actually like debug it properly, but it's kind of like it's kind of hard to do that. I could just actually check for when we duplicate a chunk and then just fucking exit on that. And then like debug dump a bunch of things. So I could do that. None of this actually does anything, by the way. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think that all we can actually like do here is I think so I think it happens from the beginning, So I think like, you know, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, we have to fucking you know, just kill it from the beginning. And see what the fuck goes on. Alright, so lock in here. Okay, so it's not fucked up yet. It's not fucked up yet. Okay, so it wasn't fucked up yet. So I was wrong about that one. Okay, so okay, how about this? Let's just literally hard code this here. So let's just fucking loop. Max chunks LOD 1. We're only gonna go through LOD of 1 because that's what's the problem is. And then we just do the nested loop thing. You know, the nested loop thing. We just do the J. Okay, we're gonna be a happy camper here in a second. Chunk data 1 I dot center. I decided to go for this, so it's faster for me to write it this way, so sorry if you disagree. Okay, so this will give us the first instance of us, and of course, I doesn't equal j. That's a natural one, right? This will give us the first instance. So we just want to exit 0. Okay, we just want to exit at 0 and then just like debug print out a bunch of shit. So we got to print out. So this is going to be the LOD, the replacement index. If for the job, this is going to be the job, the K, the LOD, the old ID 0, just in case of that. And the actual center. Okay, so that's all we're doing here. This will give us the very first you know, thing for all of this. It's just gonna be J, the K, the LOD, the old ID 0, and now the center. Okay, somehow I don't think that this is enough information, but at least we can just send it once and then see if it tells us anything. I need to know if it which way it's replacing. If it's replacing going down or replacing going up that's breaking. Oh. Okay, but like fuck off. Fuck off. Okay, I get it. I get it, but we gotta do better than that, man. Okay. Okay, now we're fully ready. We're fully ready for this. Oh, what time is it? Oh, I gotta leave soon. Well, that's a bummer. That is a bummer. Wow, I didn't get anything done today. I actually made 0 progress. Well, this doesn't happen for a while, huh? Okay, there we go. So we have 24, 12, 12. -1, -1. Wow. So it's a replacer. Old ID 0, 20. LOD of 1. K of 12. Job 16. LOD 1. So that's lines up with what we're thinking. So K of 12. LOD 1, K of 12. And it's 24, 12, 12. So 24 of 12, 12. There it is. 22, 3. Narrowing the bug down as progress? I don't know. I don't know about that. So this had an ID 0? Is this ID 0 or ID 1? No, this is ID 1 actually of 3. So 22. So this had an old ID 0 of 20. A K of 12. I don't know what the K of that is. Actually, it would tell us here. Is it a K of 12? No. 12 hasn't been done yet. Wow. Jim, I really appreciate that. Thanks a lot. A lot. Wow. I really appreciate that. Thanks. For some reason, it doesn't let me heart that one. I really appreciate that. Thanks. So that definitely makes me feel a lot better about the bug today. Thank you a lot. A fun fact about this keyboard is the designer didn't take into account EMI, so I can't keep my phone close to it. What is EMI? Thanks, Jim. I appreciate that. I have been I guess it's work, but I really do enjoy streaming, so thank you. I don't know what EMI is. Is that electromagnetic interference? Wow. So wow, really? That's unfortunate. If you're being serious about that, that's real unfortunate. So it's actually this that is replacing, that is duplicating. Actually just a raw. Huh. Huh. Oh. Uh-huh. But if it's a child. Oh. Okay. So this one 20 12 24 12 or whichever it is. I think it's 12 24 12. Gotta keep it a foot away. That's crazy. Does it actually just like break the keyboard? I think so. I think actually open Claude and ask it to fix the bug. Okay. You're really gonna make me do this right now, but I don't want to. Fine. I need to like log in or whatever. But it says my name. It says my real name. It's my real name. Settings? Can I go to settings? Aha! I would like you to call me dustmite. Yeah, save changes. Absolutely. Alright, let's make a new chat. Evening dustmite. There we go. There's nothing else that's gonna dox me on here, right? Okay. Okay, here we go. You can do DeepSeek or Gemini. I'm already on Claude, bro. All right, so how are we gonna phrase this, Rob? Okay. Hello. I am working on a chunking system for. I hate doing this. I'm working on a chunking system for a space simulation. This is a first person. Oh, dude, like anybody who comes, this is so embarrassing. This is a first person simulation. I have a nested array of chunks indexed by LOD and slots. They are somehow duplicating. The bug must be due to chunks being labeled as children when they must have no parent. Each chunk has a dedicated ID0 slot that tells it where the child lives. However, we have more slots available. Yeah, this is I can't even explain this shit, to be honest. I can't even explain this. I mean, like, how am I supposed to like explain any of this, bro? Okay. Here's the deal. To check if a chunk has already been emitted, we only check for parents. Therefore, we skip children. This means that sometimes there is no dedicated parent. So the chain must already be broken. Then we emit the duplicated chunk. Okay. We're going to turn on extended thinking, and we're going to copy and paste the whole code base. No, you're not ready for this. Rob, is this how you do it? It's going to mine my data. I think it's going to crash if I put this in. It's going to crash, Rob. Wait, this is... Rob, it's gonna crash. Rob, it's not gonna be able to do this. This is like... This is literally like 600 lines of code. Are you sure about this? That it's gonna be able to do this? Okay. I have attached the relevant... For anybody who's tuning in right now, Rob paid me to do this. So let's give it some relevant the replacement stuff turns out to not even be the problem. It's or well, maybe that's where the chain breaks. The key is that ID 0 must never be touched, because that is the true link down the tree. We only swap it once because we need to resolve parents when we need the chunk to be a child to we needed the chunk to go down in LOD. We only work with parents, and therefore each parent needs a valid child. All of this is because we need 2 LOD levels to interpolate based on distance. Thank you for your time. All right, Rob. Your life is on the line. How long is this gonna take with extended thinking? I do have to get out of here soon, so this is what I do at work all day. That's crazy. That is crazy. Is this seriously? No, I start scrolling. Did I see the source code leaked? For my engine? What source code? Me? It leaked it? Or Claude source code? Okay. The orphan cleanup in LOD grader is mixing up index levels. Old ID1 is K's ID1 at LOD. Not at replacement LOD. These are different arrays. You're freeing the wrong slot and handing a garbage index to parents ID 0. Okay, so let's take a look here. Old ID1 is K's ID1 at LOD, not at replacement LOD. These are different arrays. Yeah. You're so right. Okay, you're being stupid. It's being stupid. It's being stupid. Okay, so let's see why it's being stupid. Let me prove it to you why it's being stupid. Okay. So what it's saying is, right, so this ID 0 is at LOD, this is our current child, right? So what it's saying is us giving this to the replacement LOD -1 is wrong. However, you must be prompting it wrong. No. Okay, so let me just draw this out so that we can understand it. So we have at LOD child. So this is this. So ID 0 is this child. Now our replacement for this case, our replacement where it's greater than the replacement LOD, right? LOD is greater than the replacement LOD. So the replacement LOD is less than the LOD. So that would mean that it's higher in the tree. It's higher in the tree. Actually, I think it might be right. Hold on. No, it's talking about this. It's talking about this. Hold on. Maybe it cooked. Maybe it cooked. Hold on. So ID1, hold on. Lock the fuck in. The old ID1 is the parent of current LOD. The parent of current LOD, if the replacement LOD, so now, okay, so this and this are on the same level. This and this are on the same level. So we take the parent of this. We take the parent of this. And then the parent in the child slot gets old ID1. Bro? No, I think that's wrong. Wait, hold on. So the parent of this is on the same level as this. Then we take the parent of that to, we go one level higher, and then we give it that. No, it's actually correct. No, it's correct. It's correct. It's correct. It's correct. It's correct. This is not LOD level index. This is one higher than LOD level. ID1 is one higher. Because this... Oh, okay. So there is... This is leading me to a sort of epiphany here. This doesn't have a guaranteed ID1 because it's a parent. This will always be a parent. So it doesn't have a valid ID1 necessarily. Now, is Claude right that no, this is on the same level. This is on the same level. Don't even get it twisted. Let's read what else it said, because Rob gave me money to do this. So you're reading the wrong job data entry entirely. Maybe masking duplicates. Oh, no, it's being stupid. It's being stupid. It missed the fact that this... Where does it even see J? This would be scoped. Yeah, sure, J is... That's not... This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. It's being stupid. It's being stupid. It's being fucking stupid. The ID0 invariant gets broken in the LOD less than. Said ID0 must never be touched. Yeah, but they need to get swapped, you fucking moron. Oh my god. if this path fires and the old ID0 child wasn't fully freed first, that child keeps its is child true, pointing back to K via its old ID1. Whenever you set is child true on any trunk, assert that ID1 points to a slot where is child equals false and free is false. Okay. Well, I mean, it's not true, but it did give me an epiphany because this ID1 only works if it's a child. So the fact that this is not a child matters, because this is always going to be a parent no matter what. It's now turning into a child, but yeah, this shouldn't even be happening, I think. I think we just go into its current child, and then just clean it up, and then just move on with our day. I think that's what we should do. I think, like, literally just, like, put this inside of there. I think you just literally do that. And then just don't do this. So you just go into here and then free the child, and then set the ID1 to -1. I don't think you still have to do this, because C equals that ID0, or maybe that is actually required for both. Because either way, you need to free the children. Free the children. Good person. Okay, so maybe that's it. So it wasn't right. Am I using Git or versioning for this? I copy the code base every day. I should probably have, like, local Git, to be honest. Like, I feel like I'm old enough for it at this point. But I'm just lazy, so I just never set it up. But you're totally right. Like, you're in the right on this one. Alright, I thought we fixed it for a second. Alright, I have to dip. Not gonna lie. I gotta eat. I gotta eat for real. That's a bummer, though. It's a bummer we didn't get it. 60, 48, 12. GG's Claude. Yeah, I honestly, I wanted Claude to work for me, but I put it on extended thinking, and this is it? Seriously? This is it? This is all I get? What? Okay, to be fair, though, it is probably something in there. Like, but honestly, anybody who looked at the code base for like 10 seconds would be like, yeah, this is pretty sketchy what you're doing here, man. You know, I feel like it just, like, kind of pointed a finger and it was like, that's it. And then it's like, okay, but what do you want me to do? And you know what it told me to do? It said to, whenever I set is child true, just make sure that, you know, it's that the ID1 is, it points to a parent, you know, and that's fair. Like, I could do that, but that's also slow. That's slow as fuck, and I don't want to do that. I just want to do the code right and not just, like, band-aid it. Fuck that. I'm just gonna get it right. I'm not gonna have an if statement in here saying, oh, if no. Just and then it also was saying shit like, conversely, you know, it was saying that that, like, there's no guarantee that, like, it's like assuming that it's, like, multi-threaded or some shit. I don't know. But yeah. It also may be that, I don't know. It also may be just like a convoluted thing because we do this in a loop, right? We emit chunks in a loop here, but there's somewhat, it's not like a guarantee that we don't touch the same thing twice. It's possible that we touch the same thing twice, and that's probably where it's breaking. Not gonna lie, that is 100% where it's breaking. It probably is like we touch the child and the child has already been taken by something else, and now we're freeing the child, even though it's not the child anymore. That's probably what's happening. However, it's not just a simple like a one sentence fix like Claude thinks it is. Claude is just like, oh yeah, here it's this one. It's like, dude, you just don't get it, bro. Someone tried to tell me LMs don't hallucinate problems. Yeah, bro, like it's saying here that J is shadowing is over here. It's like, no, it's like, that's not it, dude. That's not it. Like, sure, this is supposed to be, you know, Jay, but this isn't a bug, dude. Like, shut up. Like, okay, happy. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. Whatever, dude. Yeah. Yeah. It's a bummer. I'll figure this out. I'm gonna come back later tonight and take a look. It's a bummer. I mean, it's been a long time since I had a bug. Well, it's not just one bug. We solve bugs. It's just we're stuck on the same thing, the same function. We're in the same 600 lines of code for like 2 days. I think I'm getting close though. It looks nearly correct, like 90% of the time. It just, there is some edge case in here, and I just have to sit with it for longer, unfortunately. But thanks for hanging out. I will take some more time later tonight to figure it out. I want to work on other things again. I want to work on like the actual graphics and the fucking whatever, you know. So, all right, peace out. I'm going to have some food. So, have a nice night. It's fun using Claude. Yeah.